committed by offenders who judges had released back to home confinement instead of pretrial lockup. Now, most recently, Lawrence Reed, who was accused of trying to set a woman on fire at a Loop CTA station a couple weeks back. He was running, the chief judge runs the pretrial release program, and it's one of many responsibilities of this office, but it's the most urgent, as the entire program is in the process of being transformed right now from the sheriff's office to under the responsibility of the chief judge's office. And previous Judge Tim Evans claimed there's no real way for the chief judge to police violations of electronic monitoring, but Beach did not comment on any of that today in his speech. He did say that there would be 3 pillars of his leadership: justice, fairness, and kindness toward others. And he says all judges will follow suit.
Fairness. Stoic fairness is the rejection of bias and the commitment to treat every individual with dignity. It means what Judge O'Connell practiced. The facts and the law drive the case, not favoritism or prejudice. We must be relentless in seeking out and dismantling any barriers, visible or invisible, that impede equal treatment in our courtrooms.
Now, Beach was elected in this process by his peer judges. He served in the Cook County court system since 2017. Prior to that, he worked in the Cook County Public Defender's Office, and the term of chief judge is 3 years. But Scott, as we mentioned, Tim Evans kept getting reelected. He's been in that post 24 years, a true changing of the guard today.
All right, Paris, appreciate that. Clergy on the city's west side are speaking out against recent property tax hikes they say disproportionately target black communities. They gathered today outside the Cook County Assessor's Office demanding answers for the recent increases. New assessments are causing bills to skyrocket, as we've reported, in several neighborhoods. That includes West Garfield Park, North Lawndale, and Englewood. Impacting residents, joined clergy voicing concerns. They say the tax hikes are unacceptable.
When you look at what is happening in this county, in Cook County, one of the largest counties in the United States of America, you have the poorest people in the poorest neighborhoods with the largest increase. Now make that make sense. Right.
Clergy members tonight pushing for a property tax freeze or other relief that would help residents pay their taxes.
Chicago's fire department is growing. Today, 55 firefighters and EMTs and 15 paramedics graduated from the academy. Their training includes not only basic firefighting skills, but also operations in confined spaces and rescue techniques. It's an intense 6-month process. Mayor Johnson and Fire Commissioner Annette Nance-Holt thanked the 70 graduates for answering the call.
You are here today because you are up for the task. You were brought here by compassion and selflessness, a heart and a desire to serve. And for that, I am truly grateful.
The graduates will begin their new assignments later this month and will be assigned to firehouses based on department needs and lottery selection.
Bears fans still enjoying their big win on Black Friday, and the news got even better over the weekend.
That's right. Tina standing by with the latest on your first place Chicago Bears. Who thought we'd be able to say that, huh?
Yeah, standing by, dancing a little bit because I am so excited. First place, we like the sound of that, guys. All right, after a 24-15 victory over the defending Super Bowl champs, the Eagles, the Bears are now winners of 5 straight, 9-3 on the season. And a special thanks to the Carolina Panthers for handing Matthew Stafford and the Rams a loss. Chicago now the #1 seed in the NFC, but as Ben Johnson explains, the focus remains the same.
It doesn't mean anything. You know, there's 5 games left, so we got a long ways to go, and we have not been guaranteed a spot in the tournament yet. We have to earn that right, and the only way you can earn that right is by finding a way to win the next game. So that's where our sole focus is.
The significance of it at the moment isn't much. Look, I know how this all is. We're on the so-called mountaintop right now, but those things change quickly week to week.
The job is not done. We haven't accomplished anything yet. We're at 9 wins, and I think this year you're probably going to have to get to 11 to make it in the tournament. And so that's what we need to do. We got to get there first. We got to find a way to get there, and the only way to do that is to find a way to be 1-0 this week.
And that is one thing that is so consistent about Ben Johnson, right? 1-0, the focus remains the same. Guys, the last time the Bears were the #1 seed in the NFC this late in the season, it was in 2006. It's been 19 years.
No
19 years.
We've been struggling for that long. We've been going through pain for that long.
It's nice to feel joy, right?
It's excellent. Yeah. And I still love the celebration and the coach taking off his shirt. That went crazy viral.
It was fun to watch,
Right?
I will say.
Yeah.
And the locker rooms for the Bears, that's been getting national news because
Yes, some national attention.
that's arguably one of the best post-game parties
I think so.
in the entire league.
Yeah.
I talked to Ben's sister yesterday, and I asked her, I said, did you expect your brother to do that? She was like, absolutely not.
Was out of character?
Yes, completely out of character. But one fascinating thing is she said Ben was always the quiet kid, even when he was a quarterback. Very smart, very quiet. So to see him kind of grow into have this kind of passion and just do something like take off his shirt, you know, taking one for not just the team, but for the city.
And the ladies, too. I know. Did you see all the comments on that? Was so funny on social.
I did not. I've learned to not read the comments.
It was so fun. All right. Thanks for that. Let's see. What are we doing right now? It's not just about the Bears winning, but the city is winning with free hot dogs.
Yeah, so there is a giveaway. Are you going to be there?
I will be there tomorrow, and I've been talking with the manager. They said the last time they gave away free hot dogs back in September, when they said if Caleb Williams throws 4 touchdown passes against the Cowboys, they give away free hot dogs. Okay, that happened. And then they said, of course, if Ben Johnson takes his shirt off in the locker room post-game, they will give away free hot dogs. They're preparing for a little over 3,000. They gave over 3,000 free hot dogs in September, and now they're preparing. Given the weather, I know it's going to kind of be crazy tomorrow with the snow, but they are expecting
hot dog weather.
A large turnout.
You know what? This is great publicity for them, and for people who have never eaten their hot dogs. They may be like, why haven't I come here before? These are really good.
And you got to give them credit, because I thought they were going to do while supplies last and they'd give away a few hundred, but they gave away thousands. So, you know, tip your hat to them.
I love it, too. They were so shocked that he took the T-shirt off themselves. They couldn't believe it.
We aired that. We had a full post-game show on Friday, and we saw that for the first time on live TV.
I love it.
Speechless.
Very fun. Love that.
All right,
Thanks,
Tina.
Tina.
Thank you. We've got a reminder. It doesn't get any easier for the Bears. They have one of the toughest remaining schedules in the league, and that includes the Packers, their arch nemesis, Sunday afternoon. We've got the game right here on your home of the Bears, Fox 32.
And coming up, new information on that Batavia chiropractor charged with illegally recording his patients in the nude.
Yeah, we're going to bring you the latest in the investigation. We'll tell you why prosecutors believe there could be more victims.
Roseland Community Hospital cuts the ribbon for its new sickle cell clinic.
And watch for the signs. More than 200 cars, 200 towed on day one of the overnight city winter parking ban. Why even more could be at risk tonight.
Stream good.
Well, here's a question. Car towed? Chicago's overnight parking ban hit bright and early 3 a.m., prohibiting parking on about 107 miles of city streets, regardless of whether or not you got any snow. Now, the ban intends to make it easier for snowplows, of course, to clear the roads throughout the winter. The first day typically results in hundreds of vehicles being towed, and today was no different. 227 cars taken to impound lots. Some drivers say they didn't know. Others said they forgot. Understandable, right? Overnight bans run from Monday, yesterday, all the way until April 1st, so we're just at the beginning. There are signs on all of those impacted streets. We've got a breakdown of the cost. It's $150 for a towing fee, a $60 ticket, and a $25 per day storage fee.
Wow.
So this year, the ban took effect just after a major storm dumped up to 10 inches in parts of Chicago, and yes, that means more parking limitations. The 2-inch parking ban covers an additional 500 miles of primary streets. This goes into effect anytime snowfall exceeds 2 inches day or night, any day of the year. Your car can be ticketed or relocated if parked on these routes during heavy snow. If you believe your car has been towed, call 311 to find it. Vehicles are towed to Pound 2 located at 103rd and South Doty Avenue and Lot 6 on North Sacramento.
Well, you know, that has always been a fear of mine. My car is going to be towed. And sometimes it's confusing. There's 107 miles of,
Yes.
areas. And, the signs are there. Sometimes you're not. I find the whole thing confusing. So just don't park. That's my solution.
I guess, or yeah.
Right? Emily, just stay away from it.
Yeah, just don't drive anywhere. Don't park on the street. You know, that's my tactic. That's what I do.
Have you ever had that feeling where you walk out and the car's gone? Has it happened to you?
No, I don't want that feeling.
Yes.
I refuse to park on the street for that reason, just because I'm always scared that I'm doing something wrong. Yes, so you won't tow my car. All right, radar out there right now. We have more snow that's coming down across the region. Right now, it's fairly light for a lot of us, but for those of you in the west suburbs, the southwest suburbs, you've already been seeing the snowflakes for about an hour to an hour and a half, if not a little bit longer than that. So we're starting to see the impacts to travel as well. Travel is only going to get a little bit worse here as we progress throughout the evening. How much snow are we expecting? It's nothing in comparison to what we just went through, but it is still going to be impactful mainly because of the time of day that it's coming. So, of course, during this evening, a lot of folks heading home from work. Everyone's back to school now, and we're dealing with the snow coming down. Most areas going to be picking up around 2 or 3 inches. Highest totals are going to be found near and south of I-80, but closer to the Wisconsin state line, that's where we may only see 1, possibly 2 inches of snow. So let's time things out. We're stuck with the snow throughout the evening hours. After midnight, it's going to start to taper off. We have that winter weather advisory for the entire area that's lasting until midnight for northeastern Illinois. For those of you in northwest Indiana, it's going to last until 3 a.m. And then by daybreak tomorrow, it's just cold and cloudy. We're waking up in the teens. And then by the afternoon hours, temperatures have only warmed just a few degrees into the low 20s. Wind chill temperatures tomorrow very easily not making it out of the teens. And then taking us closer to about 6, 7 p.m. or so, we're starting to see those temps dropping back down to the teens again. So cold all day long tomorrow. Your low temperatures tonight, we're dropping down again into the mid-teens for a lot of us. Tomorrow, 23, mostly cloudy skies. Another round of snow is going to be here on Wednesday. It doesn't look quite as impactful as what we're seeing out there this evening. Sunshine on Thursday, but guess what? Thursday morning, we're waking up to single-digit temperatures, but your wind chills are expected to be well below 0. So be prepared for that Thursday morning. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Emily. A quick word from the Postal Service. The agency is asking that you clear snow and ice to make a safe pathway for letter carriers to reach your mailbox as we continue to see snow falling across the area. Many cities and townships also have ordinances in place that do require homeowners to clear their sidewalks or face fines. If you need any assistance, you could call 311 or your local city hall.
Well, many of you could still be looking for that perfect Christmas tree, and you might be deciding actually whether to go real or go fake.
We take a look at the pros and cons of both.
And soon you'll be able to fly without the real ID if you don't have a passport, but you will have to fork over a little extra dough. Yeah, it sounds a little complicated. We're going to straighten it all out for you. Who's going to
And now the moment we've all been waiting for. It's time to light our tree.
Sleigh bells ring. Are you listening? The official Cook County holiday tree has been lit. A special ceremony just wrapping up at the county building. We're going to have more on this ahead on the news at 5. And the White House is also getting into the holiday spirit.
Yeah, check it out. This is the 2025 White House Christmas decoration. The feature this year, America 250, at least in the East Room. This is the national organization charged by Congress with planning the 250th anniversary of the United States next year. The anniversary is about the signing of the Declaration of Independence, which is going to be celebrated through the room's decorations and the concept highlighting America, our home. Some of the decor features the patriotic colors of our flag and America's national symbols, including, of course, the eagle, toppers, and tree boxes, and the Great Seal.
And you may still be deciding between a real or artificial Christmas tree. Ted Linder takes a look at the pros and cons of both.
As more families start preparing to decorate for the holidays, many are facing the choice of whether to pick out a real or artificial Christmas tree for the season.
There's a lot of tradition and family stories and other really important things built into that.
If sustainability is important to you, Dr. Jennifer Russell, Associate Professor at Virginia Tech, says a main factor to take into consideration is how long you're planning on using your tree for.
So real trees are fantastic. They make our houses smell great. They're bringing nature into our home, but they have a life cycle of 1 year, right? So they'll have to grow for 7 to 8 years to be used once, and then they're going to be disposed. And the advantage of an artificial tree in that context is that it's very energy intensive and high impact to make that tree the first time, but then you can use it for many, many years. And so it's much more durable.
Because of the plastic and metal materials in artificial trees, Dr. Russell says they should be kept and reused for a minimum of 7 years in order to have lower overall impacts on the environment compared to buying a real tree every year.
There's such a high upfront investment of energy and impact, but the longer that you use it, the more you can kind of amortize or to allocate those impacts over time compared to a real Christmas tree.
Meanwhile, Dr. Russell also recommends avoiding artificial trees with lights built in to help expand their life cycles.
Bulbs are more likely to go, and electrical wires are more likely to be degraded over time.
Ted Linder, Fox News.
Still ahead, we've got a look into the magic of creating ice castles.
Plus, Operation Santa is underway at the USPS. How it's helping children in need this holiday season.
And we're getting a look at an Amazon warehouse in the city that is awfully busy on this Cyber Monday, and the company making a major donation to address hunger here in the area.
It's starting the day with hope. Knowing you're in the right place. Having access to advanced treatments and the most experienced cancer experts. When you're facing cancer, it's not just one thing that makes the difference. It's everything. The big, the small, the unexpected that helps you keep moving forward. Advocate Healthcare. Cancer care that makes the difference.
Right now at 4:30, a Batavia chiropractor arrested for secretly recording patients, and now investigators are getting tips about thousands of potential victims.
Sickle cell disease disproportionately impacts black populations. How one hospital is hoping a new clinic might help improve awareness and treatment options.
But first, more cold and snow. Another winter storm system has set its sights on Chicago, crippling air traffic and causing slick commutes on area roads. So let's go right to Emily as we take a look outside. Looks like there's snow coming down here in this area. What can people expect? Everybody's been saying the commute wasn't going to be fun.
Yes, and we're just kind of getting started with this system here. So we've been battling a little bit of dry air as the snow was moving overhead. But as you can see from that live shot now, we have the snow that's coming down in the city. For those of you in Northwest Indiana, you're just now starting to see that snow really beginning to ramp up as well. So we do have this winter weather advisory area-wide for northeastern Illinois. This is lasting until midnight. For those of you in Northwest Indiana, this is going to be lasting until 3 a.m. But most of the snow is likely going to be winding down just before midnight for a lot of us. You can see here that we're blanketed with the snow now. It's been fairly light to moderate in nature, so not quite as heavy as the system that we had coming through over the weekend. And most areas are looking at generally 2 to 3 inches of snow. I think closer to the Wisconsin state line, that's where we're going to see only about 1, maybe 1.5. And then south of I-80, that's where we're going to see those 3 to 4 inch totals. So your 3-day forecast here, 23 degrees for your high tomorrow, mostly cloudy skies. So we stay dry on Tuesday. Wednesday, snow showers return. Temperatures actually just above the freezing mark, but then we are dropping to near 0 by Thursday morning and then only warming up to about 16 in the afternoon. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Emily. An update for you tonight on that Batavia chiropractor accused of secretly recording patients, including children.
David Hansen, arrested earlier this month, charged on multiple counts, including child pornography and recording minors. The Kane County State's Attorney's Office has received more than 1,500 calls and emails to a dedicated tip line from potential victims. Investigators in the Child Exploitation Unit have begun to identify possible victims and will be reaching out to them.
We're still processing a lot of data, a lot of photos, a lot of videos, and so we will get to every single call as soon as we possibly can. But we're not surprised about the amount that we're having. It's just more deflating to know how much of a negative effect he had on our community.
Now, the state's attorney's office is linking names that they've received from that tip line to the videos that they have, and they do believe there will be more victims. They believe Hansen acted alone. Luigi Mangione back in federal court today, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December. Attorneys representing him are asking to have his private diary entries and other key evidence tossed from the prosecution's case, arguing the evidence was obtained without a warrant. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to all criminal charges against him.
U.S. officials now say the suspected gunman who shot 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. last week was likely radicalized in the U.S. after fleeing Afghanistan.
Rebecca Kester has the latest on the investigation.
A makeshift memorial is growing outside the D.C. Metro stop to honor fallen U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom after she was shot and killed on patrol last week. Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, who was also shot, is still fighting for his life.
His parents are unbelievably great people, highly religious people, and they're praying, and they want everybody to pray for Andrew, and he has a chance to make it.
The suspected gunman, an Afghan national who served in a CIA counterterrorism unit, was also shot. He'll face first-degree murder charges once released from the hospital. He came to the U.S. in 2021 after the military's chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan.
And during the time of evacuations, we were watching the U.S. military, forced by Biden's White House, to put unvetted, undocumented Afghans on planes and fly them straight to the United States and let them loose in the interior of the country.
But the early investigation now points to more recent radicalization.
Since he's been here, we believe he could have been radicalized in his home community and in his home state.
Even so, the Trump administration has paused all U.S. visas for Afghans, and those already here will face new scrutiny.
Any individual who threatens our national security or our citizenry will be subject to removal.
Advocates for Afghan asylum seekers argue they were vetted before and after arriving in the U.S., and many risked their lives helping U.S. troops during the war on terror. In Washington, Rebecca Kester, Fox 32 Chicago.
Northwestern University has reached an agreement with the Trump administration to settle claims of anti-Semitism. The university has agreed to pay $75 million in order to have its research money restored. Now, in April, the White House said it was withholding nearly $800 million in federal funding from Northwestern over claims that it failed to protect Jewish students on campus. This is connected to the protest on campus against the war in Gaza.
Former Northwestern football coach Pat Fitzgerald has landed a new job. According to multiple reports, Michigan State plans to hire him. He spent 17 seasons at Northwestern. The school fired him in 2023 after allegations of hazing. He sued the university, and they settled out of court.
President Trump's health getting some attention today.
What the White House had to say about an MRI he underwent a couple months ago, and why some believe the president is in decline.
Plus, people on the South Side will now have a more accessible option to get treatment for sickle cell disease.
These keys.
Residents on the city's south side affected by sickle cell disease will now have access, that is, to a closer treatment option. Roseland Community Hospital celebrated the opening of a new sickle cell treatment clinic today. Patients will receive specialized care, including IV pain management, hydration therapy, and blood transfusions. Now, this is a big milestone for that hospital. It's been working to provide closer sickle cell care for community members for over 10 years.
We are so happy that we're going to be able to attack that disease front on and make a change in our community.
The clinic will be housed on the hospital's 4th floor. It will be open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
The World Health Organization issuing its first guidelines on the use of GLP-1 therapies for obesity. The UN recommending the drug conditionally use, that is, as part of obesity treatment. The guidance coming as governments around the world are determining how to include these therapies into health systems. It includes a conditional recommendation that suggests those dealing with obesity also increase their physical activity and eat a healthy diet.
The White House is releasing new details from President Trump's doctor that explain why he had an MRI scan last month. Trump's doctor says his MRI during a physical exam was only preventative. The details come after the president said he would release the results of the scan. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt echoed similar reasons for that MRI. Reading Trump's medical report during a press briefing today, she says that he is in, quote, excellent overall health.
Everything evaluated is functioning within normal limits with no acute or chronic concerns. In summary, this level of detailed assessment is standard for an executive physical at President Trump's age and confirms that he remains in excellent overall health.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and others have scrutinized the president over his health, Walz saying Sunday that Trump is fading physically and questioned his mental capacity.
The Supreme Court will hear a case involving Cox Communications and its potential liability for music piracy. Major record labels accusing Cox of enabling users to pirate music. A 2019 jury ordered Cox to pay $1 billion in damages, finding the company secondarily liable for its users' piracy. Last year, an appeals court threw out that verdict and called for a new trial. Cox appealing that, arguing it should not be held responsible for the actions of individual users.
Beginning February 1st, TSA is adding a $45 fee for travelers flying without a real ID or other acceptable forms of ID. Travelers can buy the new Confirm ID at security checkpoints. The alternative identification will be valid to use up to 10 days after its purchase. The TSA still urges people who do not have real ID to make an appointment at their DMV to update their identification.
Stocks sliding on this first day of December. The Dow falling 427 points. All three indices snapping 5-day win streaks. Also down today, Bitcoin continuing its slide. It fell about 6%. That's the worst day since March. This comes amid volatility into the December trading month and following a turbulent month of trading in November. This is, of course, Cyber Monday, one of the biggest online shopping days of the year, and an Amazon warehouse is plenty busy. We got a look at all the hard work going on inside that warehouse on North Costner. The facility usually processes about 30,000 packages every day. How about today? 60,000 plus. At the same facility, Amazon made a big donation to help those in the city struggling with hunger. The company presenting a $100,000 check to the Northern Illinois Food Bank and the Greater Chicago Food Depository.
The Postal Service and Santa need your help to make holiday wishes come true. Operation Santa lets volunteers adopt letters from children and families in need. You can adopt a letter at USPSOperationSanta.com and order gifts through Santa's gift shop run by the Postal Service and Toys R Us. Gifts should be shipped by December 13th to arrive in time for the holidays. USPS says they want to make sure every letter gets adopted this year. All the snow we're getting is making it feel like the holidays.
Yeah, Christmas at Cantini is lighting up the season. We're going to get a sneak peek.
And what comes up must come down, but weeks after this teddy bear's trip, he's still nowhere to be found.
This Friday. So the snow and cold weather helping in construction of ice castles at the State Fairgrounds in Minnesota. Artisans are growing, harvesting, and placing up to 10,000 icicles every day. Over the coming weeks, they are fused together, sprayed with water. They create a towering frozen fortress,
So cool.
expected to grow to heights up to 20 feet tall. This winter wonderland is set to open early next month, depending on conditions. Tickets go on sale starting mañana. I remember, what was last couple winters, we haven't had a lot of good ice to show you because, it's been too warm.
It's been too warm, so it looks like we're going to be able to enjoy it this year, huh?
We are getting a head start this year. Yes. So, you know, typically for this time of the year, your average high temperatures are right around 41 degrees or so.
Yeah.
We are not coming close to that in the next week or so. And as you can see from the shot here, it's snowing again, to a lot of people's dismay. But, you know, some people are really loving it. I will say there's some of us that do like it.
It does make you feel like
it is beautiful in the city right now with all of the lights that are up.
Behind you, Scott.
Yes,
it's lovely.
It looks really, really pretty. So we're getting kind of that fresh snow out there again today. And as far as accumulations, this is not going to be nearly as high as the system that we just had moving through the region this past weekend. The thing is that this one is coming through at just a really inconvenient time. We have a lot of folks that are back to work, back to school today. So there's a lot of people that have to be on the roads this afternoon and evening. And this system's just going to continue to move through. So again, as far as totals are concerned, a lot of us are going to end up in that 1 to 4 inch range, with the higher totals being near and south of I-80. But we still have several hours to get through. So again, for those of you that do have to be out on the roads, things are already getting a little messy out there. We have widespread snow as it stands right now. Many of us seeing light to moderate snowfall. And then that's going to continue throughout this evening and then taper off around midnight or very shortly after. So our winter weather advisory across northeastern Illinois, that's remaining in effect until midnight for northwest Indiana. This is going to last until about 3 a.m. And then I think by early tomorrow morning, so your Tuesday morning commute, chances are going to be just fine. Crews are going to be hard at work. They're already hard at work out there this evening, and then they're going to continue, of course, throughout the overnight. But this is how much we're expecting. Many of us are going to see, again, between that 1 and 4 inch range, lesser amounts the farther north that you go, higher amounts near and south of the Kankakee River Valley. That's where we could be seeing 3, maybe 4 inches of snow. Your temperatures out there sitting in the 20s, so everything that we're getting right now is going to stick to any untreated surfaces. So again, that snow is expected to pile up. And then your 5-day forecast here, again, average is 41. Not coming close to that. The warmest day that I have in my forecast this week is going to be on Wednesday with a high of 33. And we're going to have another round of snow being possible on Wednesday before temperatures plummet going into Thursday. Thursday morning, we're actually looking at wind chill temperatures that are going to be well below zero. Actual air temperatures just barely above that 0 degree mark. And then your afternoon highs are only expected to be in the mid-teens. Futurecast shows snow coming to an end shortly after midnight by daybreak tomorrow. Many of us just starting the day with cloudy skies. We could see a couple lake effect snow showers developing over northwest Indiana, but it shouldn't be anything that's too persistent. So again, I think we're in decent shape tomorrow. It's just going to be cold. Then Wednesday morning, we're starting off the day with temperatures that are still going to be chilly in the teens. We'll have scattered snow through the day. Temperatures are going to warm into the low 30s. Again, that's likely our warmest day of the week before temps plummet on the backside of another cold front. So for tonight, 17, we'll have west-northwesterly winds late tonight, about 5 to 10 miles per hour, increasing to about 15 miles per hour for wind gusts. But again, those should be fairly occasional. Your 7-day forecast tomorrow, 23, 33 scattered snow on Wednesday. Thursday, very cold start. Temperatures just above zero, 16 degrees for your high. Lots of sunshine, though, so it's going to look like a very nice day. On Friday, we're partly cloudy with a high of 23, and then we have a very small snow chance going into the weekend. Your highs this weekend are expected to be well below average still, only topping out in the mid to upper 20s. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. A massive search is underway in the UK for a missing teddy bear, and it is trending worldwide. Middle school students attached the bear to a weather balloon. Well, it didn't take long for it to reach the stratosphere, and that is when Bradford the bear ran into some problems. As you can see, the turbulence took a toll on the stuffed bear, sending him plummeting back to Earth. Well, it's been about 2 weeks now. No luck finding him. They're still looking. It could be your new holiday tradition. Christmas at Cantini is lighting up the season with mansion tours, gardens, and festive treats. Gabriella Primus is giving us a peek.
It seems a little extra festive here in Wheaton. We took a special trip, got bundled up for all the excitement that's happening outside at Cantini, but also a little bit of warmth inside as well. All right, Christmas in Cantini we're talking about. I'm with Sean Curry. You are the food and beverage director here. You have a beautiful display out in front of us, but first, let's talk about what people can experience here during Christmas time.
Absolutely. It's the best place in Illinois. We have starting probably about 200 acres or so here on the park side, and we just dress it up for Christmas. We have the visitor center where you can come in, you can go ice skating, you can rent cabanas. We have a whole food display over there as well. And then when you come through to Noel Lounge, it's that more refined experience coming through, but it's fantastic from A to Z.
Yeah, it's really beautiful outside. I have a feeling you're going to spend the entire afternoon here. You need to have tickets, though. Remember that. And you have to have a reservation for here at the Noel Lounge if you come. Tell us what people can experience for. Is it just dinner time? Is it lunchtime, too? What can folks expect?
So it's just dinner time. You have to make a reservation, and if you want to come in, I would make them fast. We're selling out really quick. But when you come up, it's that more small plates or shareable plates that you come in. Our chef is fantastic, really chef-driven menu. Everything's handcrafted. We have our signature crab cakes. We have our desserts that we do. This is our crepes with our tagine gelato, a little white chocolate crisp, lemon curd, and we have our chocolate and salted caramel torte with fresh whipped cream. And then this is our special dessert, which is homemade churros with leche caramel, a little butterscotch crunch crumble, and then we have our apple ice cream on top. It's fantastic.
Everything's delicious. Just a little bit of the crepe. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry while you're talking. Okay. And then also some of the drinks. Did you tell us what the drinks were too?
Absolutely. So this is our harvest mule, homemade apple cider, a little tequila, lime juice, and over here we have our Matador, which is my favorite, blood orange juice, a little bit of vodka, some lime juice as well, and some cinnamon syrup in it. It's delicious.
Again, Christmas in Cantini happening until Christmas time, and then they're open until January 4th for that lights, camera, action. So good. Thank you for spoiling me with this beautiful display. Okay, we'll have more information on our website, fox32chicago.com.
Looks like fun. Thank you, Gabby. And thanks for watching the News at 4. Here are Dawn and Scott with the news at 5.
Thank you, Sylvia. Now at 5, the Bears reigning supreme across the NFC, but will they keep the crown this weekend?
Controversy tonight over the new capacity limit at Christkindlmarket downtown. The city letting more people in, but organizers say it's still not enough.
And it's hard to see as it gets darker, but the snow just keeps on falling. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Dawn Hasbrook.
I'm Scott Schneider. The big story tonight, of course, is the snow. We're going to have team coverage for you.
Casey Kronos live at O'Hare, where hundreds of flights already canceled. Leslie Moreno is near the Dan Ryan, keeping an eye on the roads.
But we want to begin tonight with Chief Meteorologist Emily Walls, and you were just telling us the snow falling as we speak.
That's right. So we have area-wide snow. Right now it's fairly light to moderate, so it's not nearly as heavy as what we were experiencing over the weekend. But this is still going to be a pretty impactful system because it's coming at a really inconvenient time. A lot of folks went back to work, back to school today, and a lot of people are on the roads out there this evening. We have a winter weather advisory that's remaining in effect until midnight for northeastern Illinois. For those of you in northwest Indiana, this is going to last until 3 a.m. And generally speaking, most of us are going to see right around 2 or 3 inches of snow, but we could be in anywhere between the 1 and 4 inch range. Zooming things out here, the wide view, this is a fairly large system that's moving through, and it's not just us under those winter weather advisories all the way over to the East Coast seeing that because of this storm system. Area-wide snow is falling. Again, it has been fairly light so far, but with temperatures as cold as they are, we're already starting to see that, you know, accumulating on the roadways is going to be creating some impacts. Futurecast snowfall, here's a look at your totals, 1 to 4 inches being possible. Highest totals are going to be found near and south of I-80. Your temperatures are sitting in the 20s. Tonight, it's going to get very cold. We're dropping down into the teens. But believe it or not, later this week, we actually have high temperatures that are only in the teens. Those details are coming up.
Well, as more snow blankets the area, getting out on time is very much up in the air at Chicago's busiest airport.
Tonight, we're tracking the impact on holiday travelers who are trying to get home. Casey Chrono's live at O'Hare with the latest. Casey.
Hi, Don and Scott. Well, we have officially surpassed 260 flights canceled here at O'Hare and more than 900 delayed. These numbers are only going to keep getting higher as that snow accumulates. All day long, O'Hare took the top spot on FlightAware's misery map in front of Dallas, Fort Worth, Hartsfield, Jackson, and LaGuardia. This keeps track of delays and cancellations at the nation's major airports. And right now, passengers who are showing up at O'Hare are just keeping their fingers crossed that they don't become part of that statistic. We've heard from frustrated travelers whose bags are in other cities while they are stuck here for what was supposed to be a connecting flight. And we've heard from those who are staying optimistic despite the mess Mother Nature has made.
I understand the frustration of people going back home, getting delayed. I understand it, but at the same time, you can't really control it. It's the weather. Like, you just kind of have to deal with it at that point.
They did ask if I would want to change my flight, so I'm thinking they're trying to like rework, you know, people into different flight options. So they asked if I'd do an earlier flight, but I did not take it. It shows on time still, so fingers crossed.
Now, all day that we have been here, the TSA lines have been moving along pretty well. Things are starting to get much busier at this hour. So if you are heading to the airport, just be patient when you do arrive and check that flight status before you leave home, just in case your flight is not going to take off tonight. Now let's send things over to our colleague Leslie Moreno with the latest on the roads.
Hey, Casey, good evening. Yeah, we're standing over I-94 northbound and southbound. Traffic has certainly slowed down since you guys last checked in with us at 4 o'clock. If you look over my shoulder here, you can see northbound moving much slower than southbound, but moving along all things considered. We're not seeing too many issues right now, but again, we're just getting started. We are expecting 1 to 3 inches of snow, much less than what we saw over the weekend, but the concern again here is it's coming down during rush hour right now. Lots of cars on the roads. What this means is roads are going to be slick. You can expect to see some slush on the roads, reduced visibility, as well as icy patches, especially on bridges and overpasses. We have seen snow plows and salt trucks out here working on the roads, but until they get through, you really want to take it slow. The Chicago Department of Streets and Sanitation says it's deployed more than 220 salt spreaders. IDOT also urging drivers to slow down, leave plenty of space between you and the car ahead, and don't crowd the crews that are working. Make sure you're giving them enough room to work and get around. Back out here live, no accidents or major issues that we've seen, but again, we're just getting started. Travel conditions are expected to worsen throughout the rest of the evening. And again, we've been mentioning this all night, but if you don't have to be out and you don't have to drive, try to stay home and away from this mess. But if you do have to be out, drive carefully, drive slowly, and be safe. For now, reporting here in the Loop, Leslie Moreno, Fox 32, Chicago.
Well, did you wake up this morning to find your car was gone? The result of Chicago's winter overnight parking ban. It began in earnest at 3 this morning, and it means that parking is no longer permitted on some 107 miles of city streets from 3 to 7 every day, regardless of whether there's snow on the ground. Today, as many as 227 cars were shuttled off to impound lots. Some drivers say they didn't know. Others admit they forgot. Overnight bans run From yesterday, Monday, all the way until the 1st of April, there are signs along impacted streets. And here is a breakdown of the cost. It's $150 for the tow. It's a $60 ticket and a $25 per day storage fee.
It's terrible. I got off worked the 11 to 7 shift, about to pick my kids up and take them to school. They're late for school, and yeah, I'm just had to pay to get my car, and this is how I'm starting my Monday morning. So yeah, happy December to me.
We feel for you. By the way, there is a 2-inch parking ban as well, and this covers an additional 500 miles of main streets. This goes into effect anytime snowfall exceeds 2 inches day or night, any day of the year. If you believe your car has been towed, you can call 311 to find it.
In a Chicago courtroom today, one of the sons of notorious Mexican drug kingpin El Chapo pleaded guilty to U.S. drug trafficking charges. Joaquin Guzman Lopez and his brother Ovidio are accused of running a factory of the Sinaloa cartel. In a deal, Joaquin pleaded guilty to 2 counts of drug trafficking and continuing a criminal enterprise. His brother pleaded guilty in his own deal earlier this year. An update tonight on the Batavia chiropractor accused of secretly recording patients, including children. David Hansen was arrested earlier this month and charged with multiple counts, including child pornography and recording minors. The Kane County State's Attorney's Office has now received more than 1,500 calls and emails to a dedicated tip line from potential victims. Investigators in the Child Exploitation Unit have begun to identify possible victims and will be reaching out to them.
We're still processing a lot of data, a lot of photos, a lot of videos, and so we will get to every single call as soon as we possibly can. We're not surprised about the amount that we're having. It's just more deflating to know how much of a negative effect he had on our community.
The state's attorney's office is linking names that they get from that tip line to the videos they have. They do believe there will be more victims, and they believe Hansen acted alone.
1 year after a major lawsuit alleged rampant sex abuse at Hartgrove Hospital in Chicago, a former mental health counselor has been arrested. This is Edmund Rivers, now charged with sexually abusing 5 boys between the age of 7 and 14. The Cook County State's Attorney's Office says these, quote, repeated attacks took place between 1996 and 2004. The victims coming forward after learning about a lawsuit last year, which accused several staff members of abusing some 100+ minors. We have reached out to Hartgrove. We'll let you know when we hear back. Indiana Republican state lawmakers releasing a new congressional map proposal. It's designed to net the party 2 seats in next year's midterms. Republicans currently control 7 of Indiana's 9 congressional districts. This map will be considered this week by State House Republicans. However, it remains uncertain if the proposal would pass in the Senate.
Some good news for anyone who wants to check out the Christkindlmarket at Daly Plaza. The long line should be dying down at least a little bit.
Sylvia Perez standing by with an update on the new capacity limit.
Yeah, this is an issue that has become very controversial. Just hours before the market opened for the season last month, organizers were hit with a hard capacity of a little more than 1,500 people. Now, this is only the second time ever there has been a hard capacity. The last time was 2021 during COVID, and that limit was nearly 3,500. Organizers tell us the city's reasoning for the capacity is due to a new interpretation of city code. Regardless of the reason, a lot of people are pretty upset. They have to wait in incredibly long lines that wind down LaSalle Street. But today, the city just agreed to increase the capacity to 2,500. Still, organizers say that's 40% below COVID levels, and the vendors are feeling the impact.
So for our vendors, that means they're fighting for survival. Many of them, or basically all of them, have had to let temp staff go. You know, they're workers here for the holidays, the seasonal workers who now are undoubtedly looking for other seasonal work, trying to find out, you know, where they can get a little extra money for the holidays. So it has a very real impact on everyday Chicagoans that help us put on this market.
The organizers say it isn't just the market that this is impacting, but it also deters people from wanting to come downtown in the winter, which is hurting other businesses in the area. And organizers say it isn't just the market, they want to see more people. They want to see those numbers increased. And as a matter of fact, the Christkindlmarket, I think, was recently voted the best Christmas market in the United States, you guys.
Wow.
Here downtown.
Yeah. Thanks, Sylvia. Well, it is a glorious day to be a Chicago Bears fan. The team taking over as the #1 seed in the NFC.
That said, their next test, a big one in enemy territory. Tina standing by with more.
Yeah, guys, well, Bears under Ben Johnson just continuing to pass the test. Back-to-back weeks where they have beaten teams with winning records, most recently a 24-15 victory over the Eagles, earning them their 5th straight win. The Bears are in their most challenging part of their schedule, and now it is Packers week, already one of the greatest rivalries in all of sports, and now it's even better with the playoffs at stake, a battle for the top spot in the NFC North. The last time these two teams met, week 18 of last season, Cairo Santos nailed a walk-off 51-yarder to seal it for Chicago 24-22, ending their dreadful 10-game losing streak while also snapping an 11-game losing skid to Green Bay. The Bears have not beaten the Packers twice in a row since 2007. And, well, for Ben Johnson himself, he knows a thing or two about beating Matt LaFleur. Listen to what he had to say at his introductory press conference in January.
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league, having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
It's a big week. It's a big week. We know how important this rivalry is, so just wanted to address that.
It's an honor to be part of this type of game, and looking forward to the 2 times we get to face them now down the stretch here, and both look like they're going to be very meaningful games for both teams going forward.
It means a whole lot. I mean, it means a whole lot from the very top to the very bottom, and that's going to be the focus all week this week, to beat Green Bay.
Well, the Bears head into Green Bay as a 6.5-point underdog. You can watch the Bears and Packers game right here on Fox 32 on Sunday. Coming up later in sports, the Bears are the 1 seed, but Ben Johnson still says this team has not done anything yet. Don and Scott.
All right, Tina, thank you. Still ahead of the news at 5. At the top of Cook County's criminal justice system, there is a rare changing of the guard.
Plus, people with sickle cell on Chicago's South Side now have a closer treatment option.
And we are live in New York City, where the man accused of gunning down a healthcare CEO is looking to get some of the evidence thrown out.
Stream good.
The man accused of killing the United Healthcare CEO is back in a New York courtroom. Luigi Mangione is facing life in prison on state charges for the murder of executive Brian Thompson. That trial date is not yet set, but the defense is already starting a fight. Caroline Elliott joins us live from New York State Court. Caroline, Mangione is also facing the death penalty at the federal level, but we're talking state charges today. Give us an update.
Yeah, Don. So we have got Luigi Mangione back in state court today for a pre-trial hearing, and his lawyers are trying to get some of that key evidence tossed out. They say that police did not have a warrant when they searched his backpack. They're also saying that police did not read him his Miranda rights, and they say police body cam video proves that. So now Mangione's lawyers want the judge to throw out key evidence that police found in that backpack, including a 3D printed gun, a silencer, Mangione's phone, and a red notebook that's been described as a manifesto. Legal experts say even though it's not clear how the judge will rule this week, they say even if this evidence is tossed out, prosecutors still have a lot more to work with.
If all of this evidence is thrown out, it would severely hurt the state's case. That said, they still have the evidence of a video showing him with something in his hand leading to the death of the executive. So the whole case doesn't go away.
Luigi Mangione is accused of killing the United Healthcare exec in New York City last year, and ever since, he's been in custody waiting for his trial. Today in state court, officers uncuffed the 27-year-old as he sat down at the defense table dressed in a dark gray suit, and his lawyers say overall, he's holding up okay.
How's your client doing today?
And this pretrial hearing is expected to last several days. Dawn.
All right, thank you. Other news we're following today, President Trump says he will soon release the results of an MRI test that he got back in October. Reporters questioned him about it last night on his flight from Florida back to D.C. The president told them, quote, "If you want to have it released, I'll release it." He also said the results are perfect. But the president also said he didn't know which part of his body got the MRI. The White House says the MRI was part of the president's routine physical exam and says he remains in, quote, exceptional physical health. People on Chicago's South Side living with sickle cell will now have access to a closer treatment option. Roseland Community Hospital celebrated the opening of a new sickle cell treatment clinic today. Patients will receive specialized care, including IV pain management, hydration therapy, and blood transfusions. This is a big milestone for the hospital. They have been working to provide closer sickle cell care for community members for over 10 years.
We are so happy that we're going to be able to attack that disease front on and make a change in our community.
The clinic will be housed on the hospital's 4th floor. It will be open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. Right now, let's get an update on the snow falling. It's a beautiful shot here. Here is Chief Meteorologist Emily Walls.
Yes, it's snowing out there right now. That's going to continue through this evening and then taper off late tonight. We have that winter weather advisory that's remaining in effect for all of northeastern Illinois through midnight. Northwest Indiana, yours is lasting until 3 a.m. And again, snow is blanketing the area already because of all of the snow that we picked up over the weekend. But now we're adding a few more inches to it. And unfortunately, it's coming at a pretty inconvenient time when a lot of folks are heading home from work or school this afternoon and evening. Here's how much we're expecting. So generally speaking, about 1 to as much as about 4, but I do think a lot of us are likely going to be in that 2-3 inch range. The lowest amounts are going to be close to the Wisconsin border. The highest amounts are going to be found near and south of I-80. So again, a lot of us are likely going to see about 2 or 3 inches. Futurecast taking us throughout the rest of this evening and tonight. Again, the snow, that's lasting at least through midnight. Then we're going to start to see that tapering off from west to east. Notice temperatures tomorrow morning going to be very cold. We'll wake up mostly cloudy. Temps are going to be in the teens. And then we only warm up just a few degrees. We're looking at highs tomorrow in the low 20s. That's about almost 20 degrees below average for this time of the year. And then we're going back down to the teens overnight. So your 5-day forecast here tomorrow, 23, mostly cloudy on Tuesday. Another chance of snow is going to arrive on Wednesday with a high of 33. And then temps are going to plummet behind that storm system. We're going down to near zero by Thursday morning. We'll be right back.
A makeshift memorial is growing in Washington, D.C. to honor fallen U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom after she was shot and killed on patrol last week.
Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, also shot, still fights for his life tonight. The suspected gunman, an Afghan national who served in a CIA counterterrorism unit, was also shot. He will face first-degree murder charges once released from the hospital. He came to the U.S. in 2021 after the U.S. military's chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. And the early investigation now points to the fact that he may have been radicalized.
Since he's been here, we believe he could have been radicalized in his home community and in his home state.
That said, the Trump administration has paused all U.S. visas for Afghans, and those already here now face new scrutiny. Advocates for Afghan asylum seekers argue they were vetted before and after arriving in the U.S., and many risked their lives helping U.S. troops during the war on terror.
In California, a shocking video shows a 90-year-old man speeding down a street before slamming into a coffee shop. He did survive, and the shop was closed and empty at the time. Officials say the driver had to be extricated out of the car and was taken to the hospital in serious condition. Police say alcohol may have been a factor in the crash.
Still don't have your real ID? Get ready to pay up. TSA says starting in February, it'll charge you $45 if you don't have the upgraded identification. Originally, that fee was set to be $18. but there are reports the agency is upping the price because processing fees are higher than expected. People without a real ID or a valid passport will still have to go through extra security screening in addition to paying the fee.
Starbucks paying out big time to workers in New York City. More than 15,000 people will be getting a cut of the $35 million. Starbucks is settling claims that it denied workers stable schedules and cut their hours. The company will also pay $3.4 million in civil penalties. Most of the affected employees will get $50 for each week worked from July 2021 through July 2024.
Surveillance video capturing two suspects donning wigs and walking into a luxurious winery in Virginia. This is all about a heist. Investigators say they pretended to be event planners and that their costumes were so convincing they ended up making off with 45 grand worth of prized wine. Police say once inside, they swapped out rare bottles worth tens of thousands of dollars with counterfeit screw-top bottles.
Take a look at this dash cam video out of North Carolina showing someone in a Rudolph costume evading police. This had bystanders confused, wondering what the reindeer did wrong. But it turns out it was all a skit. The department later clarified on Facebook that there was nothing to worry about. This skit is part of a special holiday video that they do every year. The joke was that the police wouldn't allow any Christmas celebrations until Thanksgiving is over.
How awful is this? This is New Jersey. That's Thanksgiving Day. A family feast just fell to the ground. 150 people ready to chow down. But a cousin was giving a speech. Weeks of preparation, all that cooking gone in seconds. The family did say they salvaged at least some of it.
I was just showing that to Emily, and we wondered what happened with the rest of the food. Some did not hit the floor.
Yeah,
so
you could kiss it to the sky.
Oh, my goodness. That's right. Well, if you didn't cross all the items off your shopping list on Black Friday, there are more deals today on Cyber Monday.
Yeah, we'll tell you how much the experts estimate people will be spending online.
I'm Tina Wynn. Later in sports, the first place Bears had the day off, but their coach met with the media at Hallis Hall. One popular question, what reaction did Ben Johnson get from his family and friends after going shirtless on Friday? Stick around to hear the response later in sports.
Now at 5:30, there is a new Cook County Chief Judge, and already he has a lot on his plate.
First, it's still looking a little nasty out there. The snow continues to fall. We're going to get to Emily in just a moment. We want to check in on the roads because rush hour, of course, is in full force.
Let's head back out to Leslie Moreno live over the Dan. Ryan, what are you seeing now?
Hey guys, good evening. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on conditions here along I-94, both northbound and southbound, moving along quite well despite the snow and those slick conditions here. You can see northbound moving much slower than southbound. We're not seeing too many issues right now, but again, we are just getting started. We are expecting to see up to 3 inches of snow through midnight. We are definitely starting to see some slush build up on some of the residential roads, some icy patches as well, especially on those bridges and overpasses. Chicago Department of Streets and Sanitation says it's deployed more than 220 salt spreaders to work on those roads and sidewalks. The Illinois Department of Transportation also telling us they've had their crews out nonstop, but telling us also that back-to-back storms can be challenging.
This is something we prepare for all year round. You know, we make sure that we have our equipment's in good order, lots of salt, fully staffed. And it's always a challenge when you have the back-to-back storms. But, luckily Mother Nature was very helpful and allowed us to get pretty cleared up before the next round came in. But typically if you have the back-to-back, if you don't have that clear up time, it's always a bit of a challenge. But we're all ready to go.
Back out here live, no major accidents or major issues that we've seen here. Travel conditions, however, are expected to worsen through the rest of the evening. If you do have to be out, take it slow. Give yourself enough room. And if you do see crews out working, make sure you also give them room as well. For now, reporting live here in the Loop, Leslie Moreno, Fox 32 Chicago.
Thank you, Leslie. A reminder for anyone in Chicago, you need to shovel your sidewalk or you could be fined. City ordinance requires you to clear them at least 5 feet wide on all sides. The Postal Service is also asking everyone to get rid of any snow or ice for letter carriers. If you need any help clearing the snow, you can call 311 or your local city hall.
And if you joined us last night, you heard Emily say if you were hoping for a melt anytime soon, you're out of luck.
Yeah, out of luck. We have one day this week that we might sneak above the freezing mark, but it's not going to be enough to necessarily melt away all of the snow that we've picked up. And speaking of sidewalks, I noticed so many sidewalks were just so packed down because they weren't shoveled right away. That's now turned into ice, and unfortunately, that is just going to get even harder to remove here over the next couple of days as this cold air sticks around. Right now, here's the view. We are seeing that light snow coming down in the city. Temperatures at 27 degrees, south winds of 7 miles per hour, and that's enough to bring wind chill temperatures down into the teens. It feels like 19 degrees right now. We have widespread light snow coming down. Occasionally, we're starting to see some of those darker shades of blue showing up across the far west and southwest suburbs. That's going to be just kind of an uptick when it comes to our snow rates, but nothing as heavy as what we saw this past weekend. So it's not going to be those really large, big, fluffy snowflakes that are coming down. It should be a finer snow. And you can see here that the totals aren't looking quite as impressive either. It's just coming at a really inconvenient time. A lot of us are going to be picking up around 2 or 3 inches. Highest totals are going to be found across the far southern sections. So the 5-day forecast around here, we have another round of snow that's going to be possible on Wednesday, possibly a few flurries going into this weekend, but no rainfall. It is all going to be in the form of snow. Tonight, 17 degrees, tomorrow 23, mostly cloudy on Tuesday. Wednesday, there's our chance of being above freezing before temperatures plummet. Going into Thursday morning, we're waking up near 0 and only warming to about 16 in the afternoon. Back to you.
A rare changing of the guard at the top of Cook County's criminal justice system.
County officials swore in a new Cook County chief judge who will oversee a system rife with controversy. Political reporter Paris Schutz has the latest.
It's a crucial time right now, Dawn and Scott. Judge Charles Beach takes over the top spot after 24 years under the leadership of Tim Evans. Now, Beach inherits this sprawling court system as it faces a fallout from a number of high-profile recent crimes committed by offenders who judges had released pre-trial on electronic monitoring for past crimes. Now, most recently, Lawrence Reed, who was accused of trying to set a woman on fire at a Loop CTA station, he was released on judge and put on electronic monitoring. Now, running this electronic monitoring program is one of many responsibilities of the Chief Judge's office, but most urgent right now, as this entire program is in the process of being transferred from the Sheriff's Office to the Chief Judge's office. That's anywhere between 2,000 and 2,500 folks now on electronic monitoring that eventually the Chief Judge will have to be in charge of. Now, the previous Chief Judge, Evans, claimed there was no real way to police violations of electronic monitoring. Now, Beach didn't comment on any of that today in his speech, but he did say there would be a few pillars of the court system, and that would be justice, fairness, and kindness toward others.
Fairness. Stoic fairness is the rejection of bias and the commitment to treat every individual with dignity. It means what Judge O'Connell practiced. The facts and the law drive the case, not favoritism or prejudice. We must be relentless in seeking out and dismantling any barriers, visible or invisible, that impede equal treatment in our courtrooms.
Now, Beach was elected by his peers, having served as a judge there in the court system since 2017. Prior to that, he worked in the Cook County Public Defender's Office. The term of Chief Judge is 3 years. And Scott, we're going to get much more into this debate tonight, especially over the Safety Act and whether that needs to be changed or whether that's responsible for some of the high-profile crime that we've seen in the Loop. That's tonight at 10 on the Chicago Report.
All right, Pierce, thank you for that. Clergy on the city's west side gathering today outside the Cook County Assessor's Office, demanding answers for the recent tax increases. New assessments are causing bills to skyrocket, as we've reported, in a number of neighborhoods, including West Garfield Park, North Lawndale, and Englewood. Impacted residents joining clergy in voicing their concerns. They say the tax hikes are unacceptable.
It's got to change. We cannot go on like this. It's got to change. You will not tax us out of the community. We are here to stay.
Members of the clergy pushing for a property tax freeze or some other relief that would help residents to pay their taxes. The Chicago Fire Department celebrating its newest first responders, 55 firefighter and EMTs and 15 paramedics graduating from the academy today. The ceremony held at Navy Pier. Mayor Brandon Johnson in attendance. The grads completed 6 months of intense training. The mayor thanking these 70 graduates for answering the call.
Today, you join a proud legacy of firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics who bring healing and strength to our city in times of crisis. You became part of a life-saving entity. You join in the city's mission to build safer and more thriving communities.
I think I speak for all of us here when we say congratulations to the graduates. They'll begin their assignments later this month. They'll be assigned to firehouses based on department needs and lottery selection.
Now that Thanksgiving is behind us, Cook County is getting ready for the Christmas spirit. Board President Tony Preckwinkle celebrating today with the lighting of Cook County's official Christmas tree.
And now the moment we've all been waiting for. It's time to light our tree.
There were, of course, carolers on hand from Misericordia. The tree is environmentally friendly, decorated with energy-efficient lights.
Another sign the holidays are pretty much upon us, shopping and a whole lot of them.
On this Cyber Monday, we are tracking the record-breaking spending.
Your chance.
Black Friday come and gone, but not without setting records. More than $11.8 billion spent online. That's up more than 9% from last year. The big boost in part due to AI. Adobe Analytics says people were using chatbots to compare prices and to track deals.
With holiday shopping in full gear, there are some shipping deadlines you need to know about. We won't go over all of them, but here are a few to keep in mind if you want your gifts to get here before Christmas. For USPS Ground Advantage, you need to order by the 17th. FedEx Ground Delivery, also the 17th. For UPS 3-day shipping, order by the 19th. And we have all the deadlines on fox32chicago.com.
And did you shop at work today? It is Cyber Monday.
The National Retail Federation estimates a record 185 million people will have shopped in some form between Thanksgiving and today. Kelly Saberi has more.
It's the next best thing to hit Santa's sleigh, a conveyor belt filled with holiday packages. Here at Gap Inc.'s largest distribution center, the company is turning to automation to make packing this season's orders efficient and safer.
It also helps us and the team actually learn more skill sets as well with the automation. They become automation specialists, systems techs, and gives them great career opportunities.
And despite concerns about the economy, people are hungry for post-Thanksgiving discounts. Adobe Analytics predicts Americans will spend $14.2 billion during Cyber Monday, with items like TVs and apparel all significantly marked down. On Black Friday, online sales topped nearly $12 billion.
It's only going to get worse, so you got to come in before everybody else. You don't have to wait as long.
This year, more and more shoppers are turning to buy now, pay later plans to delay payments on decor and gifts. According to Adobe, that trend could drive more than $20 billion in online spending this holiday season.
If you have a plan and you know how you're going to pay it down and it fits within your budget, buy now, pay later can be a useful tool.
And as the shopping rush gets underway, experts warn that scammers know right where to find you.
If you're seeing promises of 60, 70, 80% off, that's, if it's too good to be true, it is. You probably should not click on that link or open that email.
The National Retail Federation estimates sales for November and December will top $1 trillion for the first time on record. In Groveport, Ohio, Kelly Saberi, Fox Business.
If you're loving this winter wonderland, don't worry. The snow isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
Emily's going to let us know when the snow machine's going to turn off. For full forecast after the break.
I'm Tina Wynn. Next in sports. The Bears have won 9 out of their last 10 games, but according to their head coach, the team is far from where they want to be. They turn their attention to the Green Bay Packers and will look at the NFC standings and see how close they are to the top and if they can stay there. That's next in sports.
So we all love how beautiful the snow looks, but how cold is it out there right now?
So right now, it's not terrible, but the wind chill temps are down into the upper teens. Actual air temps are in the 20s, but
that's rough.
You are going to be wishing for 20s by the time we reach Thursday of this week. So we have drastically colder air that's going to be arriving Wednesday night into Thursday. Actual air temperatures are going to be dropping down to about 0 by Thursday morning. Wind chill temperatures are going to be just frigid Thursday morning, well below 0. But hey, let's talk about the snow first, shall we? Because yes, it's cold, but it's not as cold as it's going to be. And we do have snow that's coming down across the region. We have a winter weather advisory in effect for the entire region. It's going to last until midnight for northeastern Illinois, until 3 a.m. for those of you in northwest Indiana. Here's the scope of the storm system that's moving through. So it's not just us under that winter weather advisory. This extends all the way over to the east coast through the northeast, and even a couple winter storm warnings showing up over that way as well. For us, it's fairly light snow, fortunately, so we're only picking up a couple inches as the system moves through. It's nothing in comparison to the system that we just dealt with. It's just coming through at a really inconvenient time when a lot of us are heading back to work and school today, of course. So we have those evening commutes that we're kind of fighting through some of this snow and the reduced visibilities. But as far as totals go, we're going to be around 1 or 2 inches close to the Wisconsin state line, closer to 3, maybe 4 inches across the far southern sections of the viewing area. So for the most part, just a couple of inches that we're going to be dealing with in the next few hours. And then the snow is going to wrap up and taper off after midnight. Temperatures right now, we are sitting in the mid-20s. And again, wind speeds, they're not all that high, but a slight breeze when temperatures are this cold, it can make a pretty decent difference. Again, it's feeling like the upper teens out there as far as the wind chill goes. And your 5-day forecast here tomorrow, we're still very cold. High temperatures are only going to be near 23. We bounce up to about 33 degrees on Wednesday. So we have a chance of being above the freezing mark for just one day. Average high for this time of the year is 41, though. So we're staying well below that. And actually high temperatures on Wednesday are going down to about 16 degrees. It is going to be very cold late this work week. Futurecast shows the snow that is currently moving through. Again, that's going to taper off during the overnight. Shortly after midnight, we're going to see that ending from west to east. By tomorrow morning, we're waking up to dry skies. So by that point, I think roads likely going to be in okay shape. Any treated surfaces are certainly going to be doing all right. We'll have temperatures in the teens when we wake up. During the afternoon, we're only going up into the low 20s. We're going to be mostly cloudy through the day tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we're finally going to start to see some sunshine, but that's after yet another round of at least light snow that's going to be moving through on Wednesday. For tonight, 17, we'll have west-northwesterly winds late tonight, about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Occasionally, a couple wind gusts close to 15. 7-day forecast, cold tomorrow, mostly cloudy on Tuesday. Wednesday, we have a chance of snow again, just a very light. It's little to no accumulation expected on Wednesday. A high of 33. Thursday, very cold, lots of sunshine, partly cloudy on Friday. Saturday and Sunday, slowly starting to climb into the 20s, but we do have another chance of flurries on Saturday.
I feel like we all came in with the mindset of everybody counted us out.
I think it kind of just knocks off some of the doubt that we can play against some of the better teams.
This week was one of those weeks to separate ourselves from good to great.
Do you feel like you have a message to the league?
A message? We for real. Yeah.
We not finished. Like, not enough. I think we all got future plans to be way somewhere further in February.
We got guys that really care, so we can do something special for Chicago.
I know you guys are hungry for more, right? Let me tell you something. The city of Chicago is hungry too. Good, better, bad. Never let it run. It's gonna get better. It better get better. Bears on 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right, one thing's for sure, they are no longer the same old Bears. 12 games in, Ben Johnson has completely flipped the culture, setting a new standard here in Chicago. The Bears have won 9 out of their last 10, 9-3 on the season, and as of right now, hold the #1 seed in the NFC. But even with the narrative changing, Ben Johnson explains the focus remains the same.
Just like I told the group this morning, the job is not done. We haven't accomplished anything yet. We're at 9 wins, and I think this year you're probably going to have to get to 11 to make it in the tournament. And so that's what we need to do. We got to get there first. We got to find a way to get there, and the only way to do that is to find a way to be 1-0 this week.
The significance of it at the moment isn't much. Look, I know how this all is. We're on the so-called mountaintop right now, but those things change quickly week to week.
The season's far from over. The job is not done. You can say it any number of ways. Our guys are going to understand that there's a lot of ball left to be played, and we got to continue to get better if we want to continue the course that we've charted for ourselves.
All right, let's talk some betting and take a look at the latest Bears futures per BetMGM. To make the postseason, the Bears sit at -325. Strong odds. They're +150 to win their division. Packers slightly ahead at -140. And if you're thinking big, dreaming big, the Bears are 6-1 to land the NFC's #1 seed, 16-1 to win the NFC Championship. Lastly, 30-1 to win the Super Bowl. All right, coming up on Chicago Sports Tonight Daily, we are joined by FS1's Danny Parkins, where he is sharing where his playoff meter is currently at. Plus, we hear from the Athletics' Dan Wiederer. It's on at 6 p.m. and on Fox Local app, and you can watch it right here at 9:30 on Fox 32 Chicago. In other news, Michigan State makes it official and announces former Northwestern head football coach Pat Fitzgerald as their new head coach. Contract details were not disclosed. And finally tonight, back to a shirtless Ben Johnson. He addressed the media for the first time since his viral social media moment on Friday. So what kind of reaction did he get over the weekend? Take a listen.
What have some reactions that you've heard from people to you doing the whole shirtless thing?
To be honest with you, I haven't heard anything from outside of the building. My wife was just laughing. That's about it. Yeah, I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's like, no shirt, no shirt. She just pointed to the screen, no shirt, no shirt. And my wife had no idea what was going on, so that's really about how that went. I think anytime you get a chance to feed a city, you want to do it. So, man of the people.
Ben Johnson taking one for the team and for the city of Chicago. That's it for sports. We're back with more after this final break.
All right, Emily, everyone's talking about the snow and the roads and everything else. So where are we now?
And I think a lot of people are ready to stop talking about it, but we can't just yet because it's going to be very winter-like. And by the way, today is, of course, the very beginning of meteorological winter.
Oh.
So all of this is on time. We have, generally speaking, about 2 to 3 inches that are going to fall for most of us out there this evening and tonight. Tomorrow, dry skies, but very cold, 23 degrees, 33, another chance of snow on Wednesday. Then Thursday and Friday morning. Do you see those temperatures?
Let's just skip Thursday.
Near zero.
Skip over.
I don't like it.
Sub-zero wind chills and high temperatures that, again, just way below average. Average is 41.
All right, Emily, thanks. And thanks for joining us at 5.
Now you can stream us on your smart TV with Fox Local.
We are on all the streaming platforms.
Family Feud is next. We'll see you back here for the news at 9.
From Fox 32 Chicago Sports, this is Chicago Sports Tonight.
I feel like we all came in with the mindset of everybody counting us out.
I think it kind of just knocks off some of the doubt that we can play against some of the better teams.
This week was one of those weeks to separate ourselves from good to great.
You feel like you sent a message to the league?
A message? We for real. Yeah.
We not finished. Like, not enough. I think we all got future plans to be way somewhere further in February.
We got guys that really care, and so we can do something special for Chicago.
I know you guys are hungry for more, right? Let me tell you something, the city of Chicago is hungry too.
Good, better, bad! Good, better, bad! Never let it run! Never let it run! It's gonna get better! It's gonna get better! It better get better! It better get better! Bears on 3, 1, 2, 3!
After an 0-2 start, the Bears season has gone from good to better, but is the best yet to come. Welcome to Chicago Sports Tonight Daily on this Monday night. I'm Lou Canellis. Hope everyone had a happy Thanksgiving with family and friends. I sure did. Hey, if you're a Bears fan, there was plenty to be thankful for this weekend, right? Bears got their biggest win this season Friday at Philadelphia, leapfrogging them into the number 2 seed in the NFC. Now, the Rams then lost to Carolina yesterday, and the Bears moved into the top spot of the NFC as a result of the 4th tiebreaker, having the better conference record. Let's go by the numbers. This is for the Bears. 5 straight wins. That's their longest such streak since the 2018 season. 19. That's how many years it's been since they were the #1 seed in the NFC this late in the season through Week 13. The 2006 Bears had the NFC's best record at 13-3, won the conference, and went to the Super Bowl in Miami. But the Bears still have a long way to go. Case in point, 3. That's the number of divisional games left on the schedule. 1 against the Lions, 2 against the Packers, including this coming Sunday. Players back at Hallis Hall today. Ben Johnson and Cole Kmet talked earlier today with the media via Zoom.
Just like I told the group this morning, the job is not done. We haven't accomplished anything yet. We're at 9 wins, and I think this year you're probably going to have to get to 11 to make it in the tournament. And so that's what we need to do. We got to get there first. We got to find a way to get there, and the only way to do that is to find a way to be 1-0 this week.
The significance of it at the moment isn't much. Look, I know how this all is. We're on the so-called mountaintop right now, but those things change quickly week to week.
The season's far from over. The job is not done. You can say it any number of ways. Our guys are going to understand that there's a lot of ball left to be played, and we got to continue to get better if we want to continue the course that we've charted for ourselves.
Bears not only the talk of the town today, they're also the talk of the NFL world. The Athletics' Dan Wiederer is going to join us now. There he is. All right, Dan, after bullying the Eagles on Friday, are the Bears finally getting their due with the national media?
Boy, they've caught everybody's attention here, Lou. It's really amazing to be entering the month of December and looking at a standings chart in the NFC that has them as the #1 seed if the playoffs were to start today. I think they needed a signature win, and they certainly got it Friday in Philadelphia, not only beating the Eagles, but beating the Eagles with the way they wanted to beat the Eagles, with a physical, rugged running game, with a defense that took the football away from an offense that doesn't usually give it away.
I know that the players will tell you and told you after the game that they don't care what the national media is saying. They don't care about not getting the respect that they deserve. I don't buy it. I saw Jaquan Brisker yelling, what are they going to say now, as he was making his way into the locker room after the game. These guys care, don't they?
Well, I think they care most about how rapidly they've turned this thing around. And I think they care most about the idea that they now understand that they can go on the road against the reigning Super Bowl champions. And again, not only win, but win convincingly. And so I think there's a sense of pride in that. I think there's a sense of satisfaction in seeing the culture that Ben Johnson started to instill on his first day in the job come to life in the way that it has. And now you do get a chance to look at the standings and you see that you're the #1 seed in the NFC, but you also see that the 9-win 49ers are the 7th seed in those same standings. And so it's a reminder of just how treacherous this journey is and how much road is still ahead for this group of players to ultimately achieve what they want to achieve, which is a championship in the division and then ultimately playing meaningful playoff games next month in January.
Yeah, treacherous road, great way to put it, because you've got 6 teams in the NFC with 8 wins. Now, the offensive line was just terrific on Friday. Best in football, in my opinion. I want you to listen to ESPN's Dan Orlovsky earlier this morning.
How good is this team right now?
Very good. And they would be an offense that I do not want to play against if I was in the NFC. One, their offensive line is in the conversation for the best offensive line in football. When it comes to the run game, no one has pushed around Philly the way that this Chicago Bears offensive line.
Let me ask you, Dan, because you look at that Bears offensive line and the moves that they made during the offseason, Jonah Jackson, Drew Dahlman, Joe Thuney. Thuney's the only all-pro on that offensive line. So is it the players or is it the offensive scheme, the blocking scheme that they've put together?
Well, it's a combination, and it's also development from a coaching staff who understands what its vision for the running game is and how to bring it to life. The fact that Darnell Wright has made such leaps in terms of his career trajectory within the last couple months is notable. The fact that Ozzie Trapillo comes in cold and becomes a starter for these last 2 games and plays pretty well tells you that they have an identity that they all believe in and that they all can execute quickly, easily, and effectively. And so what you've seen is, as you mentioned, the #1 running attack in the entire National Football League. It's impressive to see the Bears persevere through the early season struggles, understanding that it was going to take time to get this unlocked, and then getting it unlocked to a level where they're not just a top 10 rushing attack. They're the best in the league at doing this. It starts up front with those guys. It starts with physicality. It starts with finish. Obviously, scheme is part of this, but they've found their groove here. And as Dan Orlovsky said there, you have to be very, very wary about running into this team in a cold weather game over the next 2 months.
All right, take me back to Friday. What was your biggest takeaway from the locker room reaction?
Yeah, I think it was just a sense that you could probably proclaim an arrival for this football team, and understanding that they are every bit as good as anyone in their conference. To take down the reigning Super Bowl champions in the fashion that they did proved to this team that the belief that they've had inside of them is justified. It legitimized everything the Bears have been about and everything they want to be about going forward. To feel that energy in that locker room and to reflect, Lou, as you know very well, 365 days earlier was an embarrassing day for the Chicago Bears organization, firing Matt Eberflus, the first in-season head coaching firing in the history of the organization, and then turning around 52 weeks later and being the talk of the entire league for much more positive reasons. That, to me, was the most notable part of that entire experience in Philadelphia.
Dan, do you think the leadership is there to make sure? Because now that these guys are winning and people are talking about them and considering them to be amongst the elite teams in the NFL this year, is the leadership there inside that locker room to make sure that these guys don't look ahead and worry only about the next game on the schedule?
I do, and I believe it starts in two places. It starts with Ben Johnson and that coaching staff having a way of getting their players' attentions every single week by emphasizing, here are the areas this week that we really need to prioritize to become a better football team and ultimately become the football team we want to be. And then the veteran leaders. Ben Johnson has credited the captains, the veteran captains, Grady Jarrett and Kevin Byard and Joe Tooney for weeks now, and talking about their ability to get that entire locker room reset and refocused and moving on to the next priority at hand. This week, it's the Green Bay Packers. This week's, it's about reviving a passing attack that Ben Johnson said on Monday that the Bears were winning in spite of, not because of. And so having that attention throughout the entire locker room is something that is a credit to the coaching staff and those veteran captains.
All right, let me take you back to Ben Johnson's introductory press conference almost a year ago, back last January, and then today's Zoom call. Listen in.
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
In the introductory press conference you had when you got hired, you said you had enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year. Why was it important for you to get across the Packer rivalry to the fan base?
Yeah,
touch on it, I guess.
It's a big week. It's a big week. We know how important this rivalry is, so just wanted to address that.
You know, both you and I were on the media call today, and I got this feeling that Ben Johnson regretted taking a shot at LaFleur during that introductory press conference. What did you think?
I don't think he regretted it 1 ounce, Lou. I think he wants to make that a back burner story for this week, given the fact that the first place is on the line in the NFC North, and that he's got to keep the focus where the focus needs to be. The one thing that I've learned about Ben Johnson since he got here last winter is that he's fearless, that he's charismatic, and he's a competitive maniac. And I think that he kicked over that hornet's nest last January as sport to try to add some life into this rivalry that's been so one-sided for so long. And so I think he leans into this with every fiber of his being. I think just now, at the start of a very important week, he wants to keep the attention elsewhere.
Great work. We will continue to read your writing in The Athletic. Love the info. Appreciate the time. I'll talk to you next week, all right?
Always good to visit.
All right, The Athletic's Dan Weeder joining us here on CST Daily. Back with Fox Sports 1's Danny Parkins as we continue our Bear discussion here on Chicago Sports Tonight.
they've won 8 of 9. And so if we were going to rank vibes, Bears top 5. I actually think they're going to pull off this upset.
Really?
I think they're going to win. Just like when we talk about the Patriots, we're like, well, that Bills game mattered a lot for them in terms of everyone else believing in them because they beat an established team. Or for the Broncos, when they beat the Chiefs, it was like, well, okay, now we got to take the Broncos seriously. That's what this opportunity is for the Bears on Friday, and I think they're going to do it.
Welcome back to a Monday edition of Chicago Sports Tonight. Luke and Ellis with you. Let's bring in Danny Parkins from First Things First on Fox Sports 1. All right, congrats on the pick, Danny.
Thank you, Lou. I don't know if I'm smarter or more handsome. Man, I really nailed that pick. That was a beautiful clip right there. I loved that.
Yeah, you looked really good. Now my only question is, you think the Bears finally have the attention of the national guys like your partners on First Things First who weren't sure that they were the real deal?
No question. I mean, listen, I think that we have seen in the NFL that any given Sunday is a cliche for a reason. There's some truth to it, but the Bears are good. They are a good team. And the other thing is, the NFL is so wide open. We just saw everybody in the world had the Rams as the best team in the NFL, myself included. And then they just lost to Carolina. And Carolina's not a punching bag. They're a decent team. The Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs. Daniel Jones was hot, and now they're not. And it's a weird year where, the champs aren't very good. The Chiefs aren't very good. The Bills have questions. The Ravens have questions. The Lions look like they're going to miss the playoffs. So it's just a topsy-turvy year in the NFL. And when you do what you did to Philly in their house, 280-plus rushing yards and thoroughly dominate that game, yeah, you're going to put the whole world on notice.
Yeah, it's a fun season so far. Let me know if you remember this moment in October during one of Ben Johnson's October press conferences. Listen in.
You heard about the hot dog thing with you taking your shirt off?
That's been mentioned. That's a little disturbing. Why would we want to see that?
I know you guys are hungry for more, right? It's him. Let me tell you something. The city of Chicago's hungry too.
What are some reactions that you've heard from people to you doing the whole shirtless thing?
To be honest with you, I haven't heard anything from outside of the building. My wife was just laughing. That's about it. Yeah, I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's like, no shirt. She just pointed to the screen, no shirt. And my wife had no idea what was going on, so that's really about how that went. I think anytime you get a chance to feed a city, you want to do it. So, man of the people.
Yeah, he sure is. By the way, he also said that it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Don't let the guy kid you. He is a real smart man. Everything he does is well thought out. Danny, he knows the value in being a man of the people, doesn't he?
No question. Ben Johnson is riding the wave here. I mean, the question is, what does he do when he wins the division? What does he do when he clinches the playoffs? What does he do when he wins a Lombardi trophy?
Stop.
I mean, guys already he took his shirt off for a Black Friday win over Philly. Like, wait, how crazy can this thing get? I think the Wiener Circle now just needs to up the ante to put even more pressure on Ben Johnson because he's such a man of the people. But hey, listen, this is sports. If you can't have fun right after a win like that, when can you have fun? So I loved it from Ben Johnson.
Hey, man, we are having such a great time in this town with the Bears right now. Being a Chicago guy like you are, a fan of the Bears who appreciates the way this team just beat up the Eagles last Friday. We're far more physical than the defending Super Bowl champs. Danny, they ran the football 47 times, more than in any other Bears game in 30 years. And honest to God, I wish they would have run it another 10 times. I wanted them to run the football even more.
Yeah, I think that's good to be greedy and want more. 280 rushing yards and 47 attempts was pretty good, but I hear what you're saying because Caleb was inconsistent and the wind was not great. So it was clearly a run day for them. But I also thought that was, Ben Johnson, sometimes these coaches say one thing and then do another. And, he has said multiple times, he's like, some days we might have to pass 50 times to win, and some days we maybe will run 50 times to win, and he's going to do what the game calls for. So I know everybody is just kind of reveling in like, well, it was the first time since 1985 that the Bears had 2 rushers over 100 yards, or Vic Fangio's never been run on like this, or like all that, like, superlatives, which are true, right? They are based in facts, and it's fun to feel the emotion of it. But I also just thought it really spoke to Ben Johnson's intelligence as a play caller in game.
Howie Long on Fox had a comp for Williams that really knocked me out of my shoes. Listen in.
Usually you say with a quarterback, particularly a mobile quarterback, make him go to his left. He's as comfortable rolling to his left, flipping his hips.
Komet?
Yes.
That deep post.
You know what he is? For me, he's John Elway from my generation.
Oh, wow.
Now, John Elway was, he didn't light it on fire initially, and then he has a great career, and he's a Hall of Fame.
All right, Danny, I want you to follow me here because I did some research after seeing that, because that really did knock me off my shoes. I'm thinking, what, John Elway? Wow. Now, I went and I looked back at Elway's numbers. In his second season, John Elway completed 54% of his passes, never completed 60% of his passes till his 11th NFL season. And only that year, that 11th NFL season, did he throw for over 4,000 yards. But the guy led Denver to 5 Super Bowls. He won 2, was an MVP one season. He's in the Hall of Fame. Let me get to the 70 completion rate that we're always talking about with Ben Johnson, and that's his goal for Caleb Williams. Should we not get too hung up on that 70% completion rate with this type of quarterback?
I thought that was a dumb thing to say the moment I heard it said, if I'm being totally honest with you. Completion percentage is like not even really a top 10 stat as far as I'm concerned with a quarterback. Like, because would you rather have a really high completion percentage on passes that are like extensions of the running game and horizontal and, at or behind the line of scrimmage, or a lower completion percentage where you're pushing the ball downfield, higher yards per attempt, and generating explosive plays? And the Bears are the #1 explosive play team in the NFL since their bye week in Week 5. Now, obviously, a lot of that is running plays, no question about it. But I just thought that that 70% number was kind of an I just thought it was a silly goal.
Green Bay's offense, hot and cold so far this year, but man, that defense, maybe football's best with Micah Parsons. Bears offensive line against one of the game's great pass rushers. Who do you like? Who are you taking?
Yeah, I'm going to take the Bears again. I think that what the Packers did on Thanksgiving is their idealized version. Jared Goff throwing down the field. They went 3 for 3 on 4th down on Thanksgiving, 2 for touchdowns, and then the one late to ice the game. One of them was a 4th and 3, and Jordan Love completed a 30-yard bomb. Like, that's what he does. I'm like, why are you throwing 30 yards on 4th and 3? You could throw for 5 yards. But he's a gunslinger. So there's a high variance to playing that way. You're right, their defense has been excellent, but I do think you can run on them. Wyatt got hurt, so he's out for that game. If the Bears fall behind and have to catch up by passing the ball, huge problem. But if they run the ball and they play from out in front and you neutralize that pass rush a little bit, I think the Bears can win. And, Jordan Love just had an awesome game, so maybe he's due to throw a couple of interceptions. I feel like Jalen Johnson's got to get one. So, I'll take the Bears in another upset.
I like it. Top of the NFC, man. Crazy good. 6 teams with 8 wins. Ben Johnson earlier today said that the Bears need 11 to get an invite to the playoff party. If that's the case, which 2 games do you think they're winning?
I don't know why we cap it if they only can win 2. I think they can win more than 2. But I mean, the easiest path there, I guess, would be splitting with Green Bay and beating Cleveland. Like, if you want me to just pick 2, figure out a way to win one of those.
Give me more.
But yeah, go for more, man. Detroit's heading in the wrong direction. San Francisco is injured. Don't give up on the 1 seed, Lou. It's possible. At this point, we are far enough into the season. They're the 1 seed. And anything is possible for the Bears this year. Anything's on the table.
Well, then let me ask you, put you on the spot. Danny, through week 13 of the season, who's the best team in the NFC? If you had to pick the best team in the NFC right now, who would it be?
I'd pick the Rams.
Okay, you still got the Rams.
I would still pick the Rams. Like Carolina is actually better than people think. Stafford's unbelievable. Their receivers are great. Their coach is great, and their defense has been great. Like the Rams' defense has been much better than the Bears' defense over the course of this season. So I'm not going to say the Bears are the best team in the NFC right now. But if the playoffs started today, the Rams would have to come to Chicago for an NFC Championship game, and depending on that weather, maybe you take the Bears in that spot.
Last week, you said the Parkins playoff meter was at 70%. Where is it today?
Yeah, like 85. 85%. Man, they're going to the blue. Good teams in the NFC are going to miss the postseason, but I don't think it's going to be the Bears at this point. It's not going to be the Bears.
Any chance you'll be in town in line at Wiener Circle when it's 20 degrees waiting for a free hot dog?
0.0. Are you crazy? Like, get on a plane for a free hot dog to fly back to New York. I will represent Chicago in the Wiener Circle better by doing first things first tomorrow and shouting them out more than I would by being one of the many people in line. But I love it. This city's going to go insane and get frostbite for a free $4 hot dog. Like, it's my kind of town. I love it.
Unbelievable. Our kind of town. As always, thanks for the time, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Lou.
All right, Fox Things First. First things first, Danny Parkins from Fox Sports 1, nice enough to join us as he always does on Monday here on Chicago Sports Tonight. We need to take a time out. We'll be right back after this here on Fox. Latest Pro Bowl fan voting numbers are out, and the Bears well represented. Kevin Byard leads all safeties in voting. Joe Thuney leads all offensive guards. Center Drew Dahlman is second in the voting at center. Nashawn Wright second at cornerback, and Darnell Wright fourth in the voting at right tackle. Get out there, Bears fans, and vote, will you? One other quick note in the NFC North today. We'll talk more about it tomorrow on First and North. The Vikings waived wide receiver Adam Thielen so he can find a bigger role with another team in this, his last season before he retires. That is going to do it for us. For Dan Weeder, Danny Parkins, and our entire crew, I'm Lou Canellis. Thanks for watching Chicago Sports Tonight. See ya.
Opening shot, when it comes to the troubled Cook County court system, there is a new sheriff in town. His name is Charles Beach, and he was elected by his peers to serve out the 3-year term starting today, unseating powerful former incumbent Tim Evans, who held on to that post for 24 years. Now, Beach inherits a sprawling system of hundreds of judges making decisions every day that can have monumental impacts on public safety. And we've seen that up close over the last several weeks with multiple high-profile crimes allegedly committed by offenders who were out of jail on electronic monitoring for previous crimes. Now, the electronic monitoring program is in disarray right now as the Cook County Sheriff's Office is in the midst of transitioning the control of it to the Chief Judge. And Chief Judge Evans, who left office prior to today, has claimed there is no way to police right now if somebody violates the terms of their pretrial release. And unfortunately, as CWB Chicago first reported, loop arson suspect Lawrence Reed was in violation for a previous crime when he allegedly set a young woman on fire on the CTA. Now, Judge Evans's claims make the following fact even more daunting. There are currently anywhere between 2,000 and 2,500 offenders released on electronic monitoring on any given day or any given week as part of the program. Now, including for the most severe felonies like murder or attempted murder, sexual assault, and assault with a weapon. Consider the fact that the administrator says that many of those folks on home confinement, if they wind up outside, there's nothing anyone can do about it but give them a black mark the next time they appear for trial. Now, that is a system that sounds like it's destined to fail, as it has over and over again recently. Now, today in his introductory comments, Beach avoided talking about the program, instead laying out a broader vision for how courts will operate under his watch, one that will focus on justice, fairness, and kindness to others.
Fairness. Stoic fairness is the rejection of bias and the commitment to treat every individual with dignity. It means what Judge O'Connell practiced. The facts and the law drive the case, not favoritism or prejudice. We must be relentless in seeking out and dismantling any barriers, visible or invisible, that impede equal treatment in our courtrooms.
And fairness and equality, of course, laudable aims, but when a judge looks at an offender's rap sheet with 71 arrests, including multiple for assaulting women in public, and decides that that person is not a threat to the community, something might need to change. Might I suggest one more pillar for Chief Judge Beach? Justice and safety for victims of crime. No criminal justice system can operate without that as a central tenet. Tonight, controversy at Christkindlmarket. Why vendors at the popular German Winter Festival at Daley Plaza are reeling from Mayor Johnson's last-minute decision to limit crowds. The oft-debated Safety Act. Is it responsible for recent high-profile crimes like the Loop burning? And does it need to change? We get both sides of the argument. And welcome to the Chicago Report. I'm Paris Schutz. Thank you for spending some of this snowy post-Thanksgiving Monday with us. Those lines outside Christkindlmarket should be easing some in the coming days after the city announced an agreement to start increasing capacity. Now, this comes after it abruptly cut the capacity at half of COVID-era levels for safety reasons. But the vendors say it's been a shock to their system, and they're not able to pay the bills with the much smaller crowds. And of course, then there's lines and lines of hardy festival goers who cannot get in. And joining us now from Daley Plaza is Mark Tompkins, president of the German-American Chamber of Commerce of the Midwest that puts on the Christkindlmarkets here in the Chicago region. Mark, I know it's been a busy day for you talking to the press and having meetings with the city. So how are lines, how is business now that the city's talked about easing up these restrictions?
Well, hi, Paris. Thanks for having me on. When we look at it, obviously we're thankful that the city allows another 1,000 people onto the plaza, but like you said, that's already way below COVID era levels when we had social distancing. So you talk to our vendors, you know, their first week they were down 30 to 70% sales. So give them a little bump, that still means it's a losing year for all these vendors that came here to Chicago.
And when the city sprung this on you, as the reports say, literally the day before the market opened, what was their justification?
Well, it was an interpretation of code and wanting crowd management. Obviously, we've been working with the city for a long time and working on crowd management strategies, and we're happy with a happy medium. That's why even after this came out, we said, hey, let's go back to COVID era numbers. That worked then, and let's work from there to find the right solutions. And instead, it ended up being what we have today. And unfortunately for our vendors, it's been a really tough year.
Give us a sense of how much this is costing your average vendor out there.
Well, like I said, if sales are down 30 to 70% for any business in Chicago, they're not going to survive. And now you throw on top of it, these are vendors, artisans, they painted their ornaments, they made their goods to bring them over here, pay the tariffs, they get them here, and now suddenly the customers aren't even allowed to come onto the plaza to buy them, and instead are standing outside in long lines.
What kind of wait times have we seen in these lines? And as I asked before, are they coming down a little bit?
Well, today, the Monday after Thanksgiving is always our slowest day of the market every year. So today, with the weather and everything, we haven't had the long lines. But certainly as we get closer to Christmas, those lines are going to get longer and longer. And actually, those are our busiest times of year, not even Black Friday and Thanksgiving weekend.
Are there significant safety concerns with larger crowds, especially given, some of these high-profile incidents in the Loop over the last several weeks?
Yeah, and this is where I really have to credit our security team, credit Chicago Police Department, been fantastic partners over the years, and people end up coming to the market as a safe place downtown. So, it's been a great experience working with Chicago Police and really managing the crowds in a safe environment historically, which is why this took us by, really shocked us when this came down.
What would be an acceptable compromise? As the city has said, they're going to continue to try and figure out a solution here.
Yeah, and credit to the mayor's office for working with us on this, but we're not where we need to be yet. So from the beginning, we said, hey, we'll find a compromise. We'll start with the COVID levels. We knew those worked to keep social distancing. And then let's adjust from there to see what we can get to for effective crowd management, manage the lines. But that was our position right away with the city is, hey, give us at least COVID. We know that worked.
Mark, what are some of the highlights this year that perhaps you don't want some of the visitors to miss?
Well, that's a great point. Help our small business vendors come out here, whether it's getting your favorite bratwurst, your Nürnberger, your Thüringer, coming out here, trying the goulash soup, the roasted nuts. I mean, it goes on and on. But then explore the vendors that brought their wares over here from Germany. The Honey House. Go over, try Chicago staples like the Chicago Tea House. So we have local vendors born and bred here in Chicago, all the way to the ones that came to us all the way from Germany and other countries too.
Always a great tradition. Maybe you wash it down with some Glühwein, some Glug after checking out all those stores.
Absolutely. Warm up with the Glühwein after you've waited in line. It comes to us from Nürnberg, so it's the authentic real deal from Germany. So warm up with the Glühwein. We know this week's going to be a little cold coming ahead with the weather, so all the more reason to come inside, enjoy yourself, warm up, and celebrate the holidays.
All right, Mark Tompkins, from the German American Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much. Stay warm out there.
Oh, thank you, Paris.
And up next, recent incidents sparking new criticism of the Safety Act. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Well, we mentioned at the top of the show the task ahead for new Chief Judge Charles Beach. The high-profile case of an attempted arson on a woman at a Loop CTA station has raised the debate over the state's Pretrial Fairness Act, more broadly known as the Safety Act, and the provision of it that ends cash bail. Is it responsible for more criminal offenders like Lawrence Reed being back out on the street, or would he have been back out there regardless? Here to weigh in are Robert Milan, former First Assistant Cook County State's Attorney, and Sharon Mitchell, the current Cook County Public Defender on his second term here. Welcome, both of you. Sharon Mitchell, just remind the public what the kind of the bullet points are of the Safety Act, specifically the part of it that ended cashless bail.
So before the
cash bail,
before the Pretrial Fairness Act, essentially a judge had to make a decision about what would happen to a person during the pendency of their case before trial happened. And either there'd be really one of three options. Either the person would be released, the case would still be pending, the person would, in a limited amount of circumstances, would be detained, and then a third option, a person was eligible for detention, but there would be a number that would be set, essentially a cash amount that a person would have to meet before they could be released. So oftentimes what you saw before 2023 was these detention hearings, these bond hearings that went really quickly, because in the end, it wasn't so much about the arguments being made, it was about would that person have the money to either make bond or not make bond. So you would actually have critiques on both sides of the map, right? The law enforcement side said, hey, people are getting out just because they have access to money. And on kind of more of the criminal justice reform side, you had people basically saying, well, hey, this person is only in jail because they don't have access to money. So nobody really liked the system before. So the Pretrial Fairness Act attempted to take money out of the situation and really allow for the hearings to be a little bit more substantive, a little bit deeper, so that better decisions can be made on what happened to a person during the pendency of their case.
And the Safety Act was debated at the state level and revised many times, Bob Island, because of concerns of prosecutors. But at the end, they settled on a package that would allow judges to hold all kinds of felony offenses, people that committed those kinds of crimes in jail pre-trial. So why then do we see folks with many of these kinds of felonies still getting out?
Because the act went way too far. I mean, I think Sharon and I would agree that I have no problem with taking cash out of the game. That's not the issue.
Because someone might get caught up for stealing a loaf of bread, but they didn't have the money to pay bail, so they'd be stuck in jail.
Right. I mean, that rarely would happen, but that could happen, right? I have no problem with taking cash out of it. I agree with that. It just went too far. What it did is it took a lot of discretion away from the judges. There's a whole series of crimes in which an individual can't be held. No Class A misdemeanors, they can't be held. Class 4s, Class 3s, some Class 2s.
And Class A misdemeanor could be something like assault.
I'll give you an example, a battery. So as I said before, a murderer, a person who convicted of murder, serves his sentence, serves his parole, walks down the street and punches a woman right in the face and knocks her down. He cannot be held in custody under the current Safety Act. It just went too far. A carjacker, a guy who does 10 years for 4 armed carjacking, serves his sentence, his parole, gets caught stealing a car. He cannot be held under the Safety Act because those charges are not enumerated offenses that can be held.
No,
it just went too far.
I see you shaking your head there, Sharon. Can a judge hold folks on those offenses pre-trial?
I mean, it depends on the offense, but the vast majority of offenses and felonies, where we're talking about anybody who's harmed, there's been an accusation of a harm, accusation of use of a gun, domestic violence, all types of aggravated batteries, people can be held, and quite frankly, people are held. I think it's really interesting that the critique before the Pretrial Fairness Act was that if you pass it, the jail will be cleared out. It's actually the case that the jail population is a little bit higher now than it was before the passage of the Pretrial Fairness Act. So we can kind of go through kind of maybe scenarios out in the what may or may not happen. But the reality is that there are better hearings where hearings that used to take 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes are taking 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
And the prosecutor has to make their case then of why they believe someone might need to be locked up pre-trial.
And quite frankly, that's kind of what we want to happen, right? Our Constitution requires it. But when we accuse somebody of a criminal offense, we want there to be a hearing where there's a determination about whether that person should be held or not. Because remember, this is before a judge or a jury. I think the other key thing to understand is that before the times of the Pretrial Fairness Act, you didn't have hearings, right? You had these very quick, here's a dollar amount, and the person can make it or the person could not make it. So it's not so much just about kind of treating the accused person fairly, it's really about making better decisions. With that said, the Pretrial Fairness Act did not create crystal balls, right? And oftentimes, these are really, really difficult decisions. But we know that the vast majority of people who are accused of a criminal offense and are released do not get rearrested or reaccused of another offense. With that said, there are some horrible, tragic examples of somebody being accused of another offense, but I don't think any law can stop that from happening.
So if you play the law of averages, the averages would dictate that reoffense doesn't happen that often, but you say tragic examples of which Lawrence Reed, I would say, is one. He had 71 arrests. Now, is it correct that under the Safety Act, the judge could have made that decision to hold Mr. Reed in jail? And in fact, the state's attorney argued such that it was really just the judge's discretion then that is the culprit here, no?
Right, which takes me to this second issue of the Safety Act. So not only does it not allow for a number of offenses in which people commit to not be held, but it's the spirit of the act. There's no doubt in my mind that once that bill was passed, that these judges are being taught to let people out as much as possible, which resulted in the Reed case and many other examples we can give. But to your point, he could have been held, right? But I believe that the spirit of the law and what they're being taught, these judges, is to let as many people out as they can. And I think the training should be the opposite. The training, if this doesn't wake up the judiciary, I don't know what does. That you've got to start training them. And there is a crystal ball, right? A crystal ball, think about something. Guy punches a woman right in the face, right?
And by the way, we had found multiple instances of him doing this.
Right.
He had done it several times.
Right. The example I give, guy punches a woman right in the face.
This was Reed.
It doesn't matter that he was charged with murder, that he was convicted of murder in the past. It's irrelevant. So what kind of hearing is that? Judge goes, you could say, Judge, he's been convicted of murder and he did 20 years, and so what? It's not one of the enumerated offenses. You're out. That's the law. That's what it is.
Now, again, you're shaking your head, though, Sharon. So if someone has this history and maybe their current offense doesn't fall under the felonies that are covered by the Safety Act, can they still be held?
The vast majority of criminal offenses where someone's accused of hurting somebody, the person is eligible for detention. There's also eligibility for detention for safety purposes and for flight purposes.
Right, those are the two reasons. So they show up for their time.
So in this example, right, this example that we're talking about,
Lawrence Reed.
Yes, this person was eligible for detention. It's a thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of decisions are made every day by judges. And if our response is, well, every single person should be detained, we shouldn't have a hearing just based upon the charge, one, that's unconstitutional, right? We're supposed to have a trial, jury or judge decide whether somebody's going to be punished. So one, it'd be unconstitutional, but two, we would be talking about literally tens of thousands of people being arrested, and we know that at least 150,000 people are released and they're able to go to court every day and resolve their case. So this idea that I guess we're saying that every single person accused of offense should be incarcerated, I don't understand.
Well, I don't know, but I don't know if that's the other side of the argument. In the case of Reed, especially if you looked at 71 arrests and what they were for, couldn't a judge make a logical inference that they might be a danger to them?
Well, I can't talk about the specific cases, right? But what I can say is the allegation has been that the Safety Act or the Pretrial Fairness Act created the outcome where this person could not be detained. And that could not be further from the truth. That is a lie. That is not the case. The reality of the situation is that there was a hearing and the decision was made. But this idea that the background couldn't come into effect because of some piece of law, that's not true. Go to it, don't believe me. Go to a detention hearing. It's 26 California or Markham or Maywood or Skokie. Listen to see if a person's background, if a person has background, is mentioned. Judges consider that. There's 7 factors in the Pretrial Fairness Act where the judges could choose to consider, and certainly background is one of them.
Well, let me ask you this, Bob. You have a new chief judge, Beach, taking over for Tim Evans. should he go to his judges and say, look, we really need to reevaluate what we're doing here, and if someone presents some kind of reasonable threat to a community, we cannot let them out, especially given the fact that the electronic monitoring program right now is not working so well.
I think there's a lot of things that have to be done. The governor, Speaker of the House, President of the Senate have to sit down and talk about expanding it. I mean, if what Sharon's saying is true, I don't agree with everything, but we're on the same page then. There'd be no objection to expanding the crimes that individuals can be detained for. Because if there's full hearings and they're allowed to consider the fact that he was a convicted murderer, convicted armed robber, and he committed battery, if that's okay, then I'm for it. Let's do it. Then let's expand those crimes. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for people like experts like Sharon and myself and judges and people that have been in the system to sit down and see if we can improve this thing for public safety purposes. And it has to start with the legislature and the governor. And then to your point, the chief judge, they should start training judges. They should have special training sessions for judges about how dangerous this can be if you let a person out like a Reed that we just talked about and what could happen.
Let me ask you this, Sharon, given this transition of the EM program, I know you've been a proponent of this. You don't want to just incarcerate everybody, like you said. But how do you assure that this is safe, given the fact that the chief judge now doesn't seem to have the tools to effectively police it?
So I'm not sure what we're talking about here. The EM population has stayed pretty consistent between the time the sheriff was running it and the time the chief judge was running it. And again, I want to maybe clear up some misinformation that's kind of been out there. The change between the sheriff and the chief judge operating the EM system has nothing to do with the Safety Act. The Safety Act did not require that power change hands. With that said, I think there is some belief that before, anytime somebody maybe went off curfew, they'd automatically be incarcerated by a sheriff. And that just didn't happen. We can certainly have conversations about what should happen to a person on EM. But there's this theory that there was some change in the EM policy that created this situation to happen. And I just
no, this was an agreement struck at the county level between the sheriff and the chief judge's office, because the sheriff had said that he didn't want to be in charge of this anymore. He didn't think that and he didn't like the fact. His reasoning, Bob, was that he felt that there were too many folks with high-level felonies that he had to keep track of on this.
It doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't work. There are hundreds of people that are supposed to be monitored that aren't being monitored. There's murderers out there that are not being monitored. They're missing for weeks at a time. Accused. And they're out there for weeks at a time, and nobody's going to pick them up. That's not what the public expects. That's not public safety, right? The public expects, all right, if you're going to put him on electronic monitoring, you're monitoring him to make sure he's in his house. If he's not at home for 3 weeks, you're going to pick him up. It's not happening. There's another issue we should talk about, which is mental health. I mean, Reed, no doubt, has mental health issues. I'm not saying he's criminally insane, but he certainly had mental health issues. What are we as a criminal justice system doing about these people that are walking the streets, mentally ill, hurting people?
Well, Sheriff Dart would say the jail system was the largest mental health facility, in the county. That is what he was running. But Sharon Mitchell, are there enough mental health treatment options to divert people into who clearly present some of these problems?
I'll tell you, if we triple or quadruple the jail population, there won't be enough money for it. The reality of the situation is there's not an unlimited amount of money. And I think that we just have to think about whether the system was to blame for this. And I don't think there's anything in the Safety Act or the Pretrial Fairness Act that is to blame for this incredibly tragic, awful occurrence.
All right, guys, this is a great discussion. I want to have you back to continue this, but we have to wrap it here. Bob Milan and Sharon Mitchell, thank you so much for being here. And some final thoughts right after this. Welcome back. Thank you all so much for joining in. That is our program for tonight. As always, keep up with all the news you need to know at fox32chicago.com. And with the Fox Local app, thanks for spending some time this evening with us. Stay warm. We'll see you tomorrow.
Pressure and no hidden fees. Call Senior Life Insurance Company today for a free quote and personalized consultation. Don't leave your family with unexpected expenses. Call now and get the peace of mind you deserve.
We were just talking about your videos, and our first question was, how the heck do you track down these people? Like, I've seen your videos where you're face-to-face with the scammer. What goes behind tracking them down to actually find them in the flesh?
A lot of work, a lot of patience, of which I have none. That's a true statement. But, we try to, just as scammers are adapting to, new technology, new methods, we are trying to not only stay right in heel with them, but also trying to stay a few steps ahead of them. But, at the end of the day, it's about making people aware of their tactics, how technology is contributing to that. Scammers are not going to stop. They're just going to keep adapting and changing. And so we're just trying to keep up with them and exposing their methods for everyone to look out for.
Yeah. I think the beauty of our community is that it's such a niche. So every single time when we have operation, the majority of scam baiters are involved. We boots on the ground. We know how to, be journalists, knock on doors, ask questions, confrontation, and give all this evidence to the police. So a lot of people is very savvy with computers, and like I said, it's a team effort.
Unfortunately, guys, there's so many different kinds of scams going on right now. So how do you nail down what scam you're going to go for, what person you're going to target?
Well, we're fortunate enough now that we've gained, a little bit of a following, that the stories kind of come to us. We see that scams are very cyclical in the way that they are, put out through, whether it's robocalls or scam texts or scam emails. There are so many different kinds. There are some that are easier to bait than others. But at the end of the day, we try to do the ones that are causing the most damage, that give us the biggest window of opportunity to insert ourselves in. That's what we do as scam baiting, is we kind of pretend to be victims. So we let the scammer take us down their path of what they think is going to result in a payday for them. But at the end of the day, we're just exposing their methods and hopefully exposing a face behind the mask.
Out of all these people that you've tracked, what has been the craziest story that you uncovered?
Oh, that's a great question, by the way. We just got back from Nigeria, and like all these gold bars, prints, Nigerian prints and stuff. So we've been doing investigations there. But as of today, nothing can compare to our trip to India. We did amazing collaboration in 2022 with Jim Browning and Mark Rober. We went to India, shut down 3 fake call centers, and Indian mafia put bounty on our heads. So they were going through hotels to hotels, try to find us to basically they said, we, like, you see these freaking Americans who came to disrupt our business, kill them. So it got to the point that we got really close to reach out American embassy, but as you can see, we're still alive. We're still fighting the crime.
Well, thank God for that.
Oh my goodness, what
That's
a
scary.
story. So
Yeah.
obviously it seems like every instant or every lead that you're following is probably very, very different. Some super serious, maybe some a little easier, and you're working on it for a shorter time than others too.
Yeah, and and that's the thing. A lot of people, that may not be familiar with these types of scams, especially those like tech support based ones where they're pretending to be, PayPal or Amazon or your bank even. A lot of people think it's very black and white, cut and dry. Oh, there's just one person that's calling you and they're trying to get your money. But what they're not realizing is this is a very deep, very well organized, organized crime, basically. There's mafia involved, there's tiers involved, and there's a lot of people here, even if the call centers are overseas, there's a lot of people here in the States that are facilitating this fraud. That they're called cash mules or money mules. Sometimes they're even bosses of money mules. So there are so many different tiers and layers that we're trying to penetrate as many as we can and take them down little by little by, baiting them into our trap, basically.
I need you guys to be careful.
Yeah, I'm sure you're very careful. I mean, if the Indian mafia was after them and they're sitting here, they've done well so far.
You at all times.
When it comes to, because one thing you said there was you collect all of this mountain of evidence, you hand it over to police. Have you ever had cases that were literally prosecuted where the people were charged, prosecuted, and maybe some of them are now behind bars?
Absolutely. Thankfully, especially as we continue to grow and our credibility continues to get, more recognized, we're actually able to do, sting operations hand in hand with law enforcement. That wasn't really possible a few years ago, but it's really catching on. People are catching up to how deep and crazy these scams go. And thankfully, we even just had a press release a few weeks ago from the DOJ down in San Diego. There was 28 different cash mules were arrested, largely based on videos that we have done over the last 5 years, and there's a massive federal indictment put against them, and they're all behind bars right now. And it's all linking back to these Indian call centers pretending to be, different companies that you might recognize, linked up with Chinese mafia on the West Coast that were prolificating this and targeting seniors. This one was very much into trying to get elderly people to give over their life savings, and they were successful for many years, but not so much anymore.
That's
I think
very good.
I think the best part is that after fighting, we've been in this business almost a decade, and since 2020 we started confronting scammers, dangerous situations, stuff like that. Always give whatever evidence we have. We give to law enforcement, 3-letter agencies, Homeland Security, and this year 2025 been so monumental for scam baiting community. We just a couple months ago, we just accomplished. First, we wrote the history. We had sting house operation in Arkansas. Sheriff John Montgomery said, enough is enough. Our community, our elderly community got affected. Asian mafia thugs coming to working together with the Indian mafia, and they picking up the packages, scamming elderly people. And Sheriff said, all right, let's get all together. Let's get a sting house operation. Let's bring scam baiters. Let's get our live decoys. Let's put a sheriff car, park in garage, and just do whatever it takes to bust every single cash mule, every single scammer. And it did happen. So it's a monumental year, a monumental day in scam baiting community.
October just started. Already, stores are getting ready for the holidays, if you can believe it. So should you shop now, or are the deals better later in the season? Dawn Hasbrook has the answer in this morning's special report.
You're right to notice that the landscape of holiday shopping is changing because this year is very different from recent years and years prior.
Bruce McClary is with the National Foundation for Credit Counseling. He's talking about the 100-day shopping countdown seen in some store ads. McClary says it's something brought on by consumer demand and retailer needs.
So on the consumer side, there are studies out there that show that about 1 in 3 consumers have asked for a holiday shopping season to start in October or earlier. And on the retail side, the retailers also, from a competitive standpoint, they want to get those consumer dollars first before their competitors. So they're going to be they want to be the ones offering the sales early.
McCleary adds retailers also want to start early to try to avoid any possible supply chain issues where they might run out of inventory late in the holiday season. Target and Amazon are just two of the many retailers rolling out early sales this week for holiday shoppers.
Well, a lot of consumers are asking for it because it does help them manage their budget a little bit better. And if you're compressing all of your holiday shopping into November and December, it has a much more significant impact on your budget. But if you spread it out a little bit more throughout the year, and these early sales actually help people in that area, what we're seeing at the NFCC through our financial stress forecast and our recent Harris poll, consumers are increasingly burdened by the amount of debt they have and the state in which that debt is being managed. So a lot of consumers are falling behind right now, more so than in the past.
So before you jump online or race to the store to take advantage of these early holiday sales, keep this in mind.
Because the Christmas shopping time is longer than ever, sales dropping in October, people have more opportunities to shop, more opportunities to overspend and take on debt.
Consumer finance expert Andrea Warrock says if you are planning to start your holiday shopping early, your first step is to make a budget. She says you can do that by figuring out how much you spent last holiday season, and that if it feels like too much, you're going to have to scale back. Next step, get your gifting game plan in order.
And with your gifting game plan, you're going to write a list of all your gift recipients, and then maybe start jotting down ideas for each person and average amount that you can afford to spend per person. My typical rule of thumb is if you are getting 30% off a purchase, that's a pretty good sale. Usually we're not seeing much bigger of a discounts, with the exception of some of those big doorbusters that are offered for around 50% off.
So how do these early sales and countdowns impact two of the biggest shopping days in the holiday season?
Now, chances are this year, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, we will see sales, but they're not going to be as wide of offers as we usually see. They're going to most likely be a deep discount on a limited number of items. Every year I've noticed the trend with Black Friday is that you're really not seeing as many sales. There are some deals to be had, but not as big of sales.
There is a risk for early shoppers who do stick to their budgets now. They risk overspending later if they forget what they bought and buy more gifts closer to Christmas.
There are some great apps to use. I like Santa's Bag. You can list out each gift recipient, an intended budget per person, and then your actual amount you've spent per person plus what you purchased. So this is a great reference point at any moment to remember who you bought for, what you bought. And then it also shows you how much you've spent, and that is easy to lose track of as well.
Oh, wouldn't it be nice to get it all out of the way? Less stress later on. That was Dawn Hasbrook reporting for us this morning. If you are struggling with debt right now, McCleary says the best holiday gift to give yourself and others is to reach out for help now.
Spring and fall, morning and night, twice a year, Mother Nature and human design join forces to create the spectacular phenomenon known as Chicago Henge. During the spring and fall equinoxes, the sun rises due east of the city and sets due west. A perfect photo op thanks to Chicago's unique configuration. And today's photographers can thank this one-time resident for Chicago Henge. Shortly after the turn of the 20th century, Edward Brennan thought up Chicago's famous grid system. Street addresses were so confusing, there were duplicates and sometimes triplicates across the city.
It got to the point where even the U.S. Post Office said, we're not going to deliver here anymore because we can't figure this out. Wow. So he came up with this idea to have Chicago on a grid system.
The city council adopted the grid in time to incorporate it into Daniel Burnham's 1909 city plan. And now, because of all the streets that run perfectly east-west, along with the scale of the buildings and the open spaces, there are countless perches to snap that perfect Chicago Henge photo.
Chicago planners, Chicago builders forced the city to have space. The plaza that we're in right now, this was required by law. So there's room to breathe. There's room to view these spectacular phenomena that happened.
And while the most popular spots for photographers to cluster are downtown, Jennifer McElroy with the Chicago Architecture Center encourages this year's spring Chicagohenge photographers to venture out.
So you could go south. We have beautiful buildings on the south. You could go north. We have beautiful buildings on the north. They are all on that grid system too. So I really challenge photographers, because I love seeing the pictures, to get out into those neighborhoods and find those beautiful buildings, those beautiful historic buildings that fall along the grid.
Good news is, regardless of whether you're an early bird or a night owl, Chicagohenge happens at both sunrise and sunset.
There's one sound that strikes.
Have a lot on your plate, but she's getting better, and the rest of it is totally temporary. You need to be a team as a whole.
I know. The problem with that logic, though, is that I'm not a housewife. I work too. I can see you now.
This is amazing. The new drama, If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, doesn't just have the best title of any movie this year. It is a powerful study of a mother trying to navigate the struggles of life while dealing with everyone else's struggles as well. Her child, who suffers a mysterious illness, her husband, who's never around, her patients, who literally call her day and night, and a home that is literally and figuratively opening up around her. The film is a part of the Chicago International Film Festival tonight, but before that, I'm honored to be joined by writer-director Mary Bronstein. Mary, an honor. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. You said this is your first morning TV?
It is, and I'm so excited.
Oh, you drew the short straw getting me. I'm so sorry. Congratulations on this movie. I've got so many questions for you. I do want to start out talking about the title, because I feel like I went on a journey with it. Whenever I first read the title, I laughed. I thought it was a funny title, and about halfway through the movie, there was a part of me that felt like I got it. And I don't want to assume that I am sort of interpreting it right, but I'd love to sort of know where you came up with that, and that moment where you feel like it hits for us as an audience.
Yeah, so the title is actually a weird story about it. When I was 18 years old, which I won't age myself.
So about 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, it was longer than that, but but yeah. So I came up with this phrase wholeheartedly. Just appeared in my brain. I've always been a writer, and I wrote it down. I didn't know what it was going to be for, and then when I was writing this script many years later, I didn't have a title for the script, and as I was writing, I thought, oh, that's what this is. That's what this is for. And I think when it really hits for the audience is halfway through the movie, when
that's it.
It
was halfway through. Yes.
When you realize, oh, this lady has nothing. She has no stability. She's got no support. And if she did, though, she'd probably use it for violence.
Yeah, I would say she can't even get a bottle of wine if she wants
get
to.
a bottle of wine.
That poor woman. You know, this is the kind of movie, because it is this feels like a weird description, but it is just a reminder, maybe even a love letter to all the things that a mother is doing that sometimes we take for granted, sometimes that we don't appreciate. The movie made me want to call my mom after and just say, Mom, like, if I was ever like a brat, I'm sorry. I'd love to know, you've been at a bunch of different film festivals. You're going to be at the Chicago International Film Festival tonight.
Absolutely.
What are some of the reactions you've gotten, whether it be from mothers or maybe from children who are seeing their mothers differently?
Both. So men, a lot of times, that's the #1 reaction.
Yeah.
Is I going to call my mom?
Yep.
The other one is I going to call my wife and say I'm sorry.
Yep. I shouldn't have gone to that baseball game.
Yes, I shouldn't have gone to that baseball game. And from women, whether they're mothers or not mothers, I've had incredible reactions just for not mothers, just that women not being heard, not being seen, and women telling me, this is how I have felt in my life. This is how I felt like the whole world is on my shoulders and nobody's listening to me. And for mothers, they've said, I've never seen this feeling expressed back to me in a film before. And I feel seen for the first time. And even though Linda, the main character who Rose Byrne plays so wonderfully, is not being heard and not being seen, the people seeing it do.
That perfectly leads into my next question, because you make a very interesting stylistic choice as a filmmaker by not showing us the face of the child. And, 20 minutes in, I'm going, I'm so curious why she's not showing us her kid. Why is she not showing us her kid?
Yeah.
And is it because if you showed us her child, I would be focused on her child and not her?
Absolutely.
Yes?
You totally get it. You got it. You got it. As human beings, we're wired to, if there is a child in a scene, especially if somebody is doing something dangerous, as our character does, or wrong, or even uncomfortable, if a child is in the scene, your sympathy is going to go, unless you have no soul, your sympathy is going to go with the child. And what I wanted to do was radically put the audience in Linda's reality, in her space, because if I didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to take them as far as I do, as the viewer will understand when they see it.
Very much so. Before we go, we have to shout out. I mean, saying Rose Byrne is genius is like saying water is wet, but the performance of her career. But what you pull out of Conan O'Brien and A$AP Rocky.
Yes.
Like, I'm watching these performances going, like, within 30 seconds, I forgot it's Conan O'Brien. I forgot it's A$AP Rocky.
That's the best compliment to them and to the work I did with them, but certainly they will love hearing that, because it's a big risk that they both took. It's a big risk, and I will say that Conan was scared to death to do it, and that's why he said yes. And he trusted me, and how good is he in this movie?
He's brilliant. He always says, the title of his podcast, Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend, and he has a friend in you, because what you do with him is incredible. The movie is called If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. It's a part of the Chicago International Film Festival tonight. It is also playing in theaters around Chicago. Please check it out so we can get more movies like this. I had the chance to chat with Ben about this new documentary he directed about his parents, and I kind of wanted to talk about when people talk to him about his parents, is what they want to bring up dictated basically by how old they are.
Okay.
Mr. Stiller, good to see you again, sir. How are you?
Nice to see you. Is that really Chicago behind you?
Yes, sir, it is.
It's a beautiful day.
I see Dad working so hard and Mom just letting it flow.
I'm going to start out with a confession, sir. My first introduction to your incredible parents was my obsession with the movie Heavyweights.
Never let anyone sign your checks.
Which I watched a lot as a kid. I'm sure when people approach you about your folks, I'm sure you get a lot of Seinfeld and a lot of Archie Bunker's Place. I don't know how often you get Heavyweights, but I'm sort of curious, do different generations dictate how people relate to you about your parents? And please tell me that you love Heavyweights as much as I do.
I love Heavyweights.
That is out of here, mister.
One of the most fun experiences ever with Judd and Steve Brill and everybody. I mean, it was just the best. and my parents. And yeah, people know my parents from, different generations know them. You know, either my dad from Seinfeld.
To think, I almost split the profits on the man's ear with you. Bro. Man's ear! Bro! Man's ear!
King of Queens.
Can I see him? You can see him fine from right there. Wow!
Some people know my mother from being on Archie Bunker's Place or different television shows.
Who are you?
The health inspector.
Oh, my God.
Or, you know, people my age or older might know them from, you know, the work they did on Ed Sullivan and all those shows. But, you know, this movie, for me, making the movie was sort of about, you know, trying to do something about what they did as performers. But then it really became more about, you know, trying to tell the story of their relationship. And then it turned into like, well, our family, because it felt like that was all interconnected, you know?
Whatever you say, I'll hear you forever. You'll never be lost.
Oh, that is so sweet.
It's such a beautiful film. And, you know, one of the other things that he and I talked about was this idea of, and we were just talking about this, asking the questions you want to know the answers to while they're around. You know, I asked him about, you know, he's going through this footage and he's learning things about his parents. And were there things that he didn't even think to ask until now, unfortunately, both of his parents are gone. And he said, yeah, he said, you know, that's kind of been the hard part about this. He goes, I didn't think to make this film while they were still here and while they were still with me. And he goes, it wasn't, you know, I'm going through all this footage. And he goes, just now I'm coming up with all these questions. So in addition to being this really beautiful film about two really great comedians who were such a part of sort of that birth of late night TV and sketch comedy and stuff, that it's also kind of a reminder for everybody of you know, appreciating your parents while they're here. Shout out to my mom who's watching the show right now. She said you look great.
My mom and dad are probably watching as well.
Shout out to them. I love them, by the way. I got to talk a little bit about.
And happy birthday to your mom.
Yeah, it's her birthday tomorrow. Yeah, she's coming into. It's on Friday. She's coming into Chicago. So yeah, to that point, it's about appreciating them and also like really think about what it is that you want to know, because when they're not around anymore, you don't have them to ask. Yeah. So come up with those questions. Do the thing Anthony did. And go on a trip and ask all the questions you always wanted to know. I'm going to force my mom and dad to fill out that book that I got them.
I mean, we all have our cameras on our phones. We can take a quick video and put it on a private link on YouTube. Yeah. It's really that easy.
Exactly
right. Think of it.
Hey, I've name dropped you anytime I'm at the United Center. I'm like Will Ferrell and Elf. I'm like, it's John Hanson. I know him.
Yeah. And people
that gets you no cred from anybody, Jake. So
people are very
strong. Well, it's usually like, well, can he get better seats than what you paid for? And I was like, no, he can't.
But
he can't.
Can I ask you the first pressing question that I have?
Yeah.
How is baby David?
Oh, he's great. I can hear him kind of crying in the next room over there. So at some point, there will be an episode of this program where I have to go get him and bring him on the air.
Let it be this one.
Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think Enrique's taking care of him in the other room, so we're good right now.
Okay, well, one day when he wants to make his TV appearance, he'll be here.
Yeah.
Okay, our first topic of conversation is about cats. Do you guys have a cat at home?
No pets here. I thought you were going to say condiments. No, cats. We're going to do the cat story.
That too. Yeah, we'll leave that for that.
I have a lot of thoughts on condiments, but we can save them for another day. I don't have cats. We don't have dogs either. And we had cats growing up. They lived to be like 23 years old, which was incredible. They were these great indoor-outdoor cats when we were kids. But no, we don't have any pets. We don't want to complicate things with the 7-month-old right now.
Well, there is a Chicago cat clinic that Block Club has been reporting about. Tell us about it.
I mean, what's really cool about Block Club, right? We highlight all these great businesses that have been around for a long time, but there's usually like this awesome story behind the story, and that's exactly what we found when we featured a cat business that's been open for 50 years in the Edgebrook community. It's called the Chicago Cat Clinic. I know one of your producers takes their cats there, by the way. Oh. First of all, I could look at pictures of cute cats for a while. But what's really cool about this place is how it got started. It was started by this woman that you're seeing right now, who is a legend in the veterinary world. She had been around and really kind of was the pioneer of all things, Dr. Stein. And a lot of people took their cats to see Dr. Stein because she basically invented what veterinary practices should be for cats in the 70s. For years and years, they basically treated cats like little dogs. And of course, that makes no sense. They're a completely different species. They do things completely differently. So she basically wrote the book on how to treat cats for the diseases that they have, how to prepare them, how to make sure that everything's okay. And she started this cat clinic. clinic. And what's awesome too is the story of the journey she had to go through to even open a place. As a woman small business owner in the 1970s, she couldn't get a loan to do it, which is ridiculous. She had to ask her parents for money to set up this place. Now the rules have changed, although we still have a long way to go to get women small businesses and their owners better funding. But the point is that she made it work. She passed away in the late 90s, but the cat clinic has continued on, and it's a really great read just to hear more about her life and the life of this clinic.
Yeah, even if you don't own a cat, you still love hearing about people's furry friends.
Yeah, I mean, if you just love animals, like you, obviously, I'm a dog guy. I have a dog at home, but I'm never gonna, But also, John, this is the second oldest feline-specific clinic in the country. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, the one that's continuously operated, right? I mean, how many times do you see a vet office pop up in a strip mall and go away, a couple years later? It's a tough business to run, right? The margins aren't that big. It's hard. People have to make a lot of hard decisions at this place. And, of course, pets don't live forever. And, a lot of people don't get a second. So it's a business that is a hard model to keep going for a long time.
Epic Labs, the perfect gift.
How are you this morning?
Yeah, we only have you in as Mike.
Right, you're like Sharon.
Do you want to share your last name, or you just shipwreck Mike?
My name is Vibe with Mike. That's the name of the YouTube channel, so that's what everybody calls me.
Oh, wait, hey, what's the name of the channel? I'm sorry?
It is called Vibe with Mike on YouTube.
Vibe with Mike. Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us here on Chicago Now. I understand we are just days away from the 50th anniversary. Is this the biggest shipwreck that's ever happened on the Great Lakes?
I would say as far as just visibility and how far that story has went, I would say yes. I mean, if anybody thinks about a shipwreck on the Great Lakes, Edmund Fitzgerald is really what comes up in the maritime community. And there was a famous song that was composed many years ago by Gordon Lightfoot that was called The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which was a Billboard hit. And I think if people don't know that song, they can find that and they'll probably recognize the tone. But as far as the sheer impact and what it did for the industry, I would absolutely say it is the most well-recognized shipwreck on the Great Lakes for sure.
So we are marking, Mike, 50 years since it happened on November 10th. Back in the 70s, when I think of shipwrecks, I think of like the old days.
Me too.
Not the decade that Anthony Ponce was born. That's not what I think of. But that is the case. So tell us a few highlights of this ship. Like, what was it carrying and what happened?
Yeah, so I'll take you back. So the history of the ship, it was built in 1958, and it was managed by the Ogilvy Norton Corporation. And at the time that it was built, 729 feet in length. I mean, now we have 1,000-footers that are out there. But at that time, that was really the largest ship, or one of the largest ships out there. And it was really a flagship for that corporation. And its real mission was to haul taconite. And I got this for the viewers at home there in the Chicagoland. This little pellet right here, this is taconite. And really what this is a component that is used to make steel. So this would bring these heavy loads of taconites, taconite, to steel mills to actually form steel. And with that ship, there was 26,000 tons of it that was on board when it did depart Superior.
So what happened there? I understand there was a storm of some kind. Doing a quick, Google search, it said 35-foot waves were on Lake Superior at the time. What is your understanding of what happened here?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm not an expert. There's a lot of theories, so I just want to start there because, no one really knows. But the facts that we do know is that when that ship took off on November 9th in the afternoon from Superior, Wisconsin, there were indications that there would be a storm, but not as significant as it played out over the course of 24 hours. As it progressed, that storm got to a point the next day where there was hurricane force winds. Approximately 85 miles per hour is what was, put out there as far as some of these different meteorologists have verified that. As well as the waves, there have been some different ideas of how high those waves have been. Some say 25 feet. It could be above that as well. But we're talking about a significant storm. And, the folks there in the Chicagoland area, being on Lake Michigan there, some of these storms can really creep up and they can be very powerful. Now, let's take a step back as far as weather prediction. At that time, you didn't have an app that you could go onto right away and know what's going on. So it was not as comprehensive as we have today. But again, it was just an unbelievable storm. And, it's just all of the different accounts and the different information that's out there. It was pretty unbelievable. There was one specific instance where there was a ship that was following it called the Arthur M. Anderson that was about 10 miles behind that was there during that storm. And they radioed the captain on the Fitzgerald, McSorley, and they wanted to request, how's things going? Is everything good? And Captain McSorley on the Fitzgerald said, we are holding our own. And, that was, really what people think about that final statement there is just when you think about the Fitzgerald, it's 29 men that started their journey out on that lake doing their job. And Mother Nature, they encountered that. And that's the thing. When I think of the Fitzgerald, I do think of those crew members, that shipwreck, but all the mariners that are out there. Even now, they go out onto the water and, there is risk involved with that. But, with this 50th anniversary, preserving the memories of those 29 men and that ship is something that's very special and important to a lot of us.
Mike, was that the last known communication then before it sank, was we're holding our own?
Yeah, a great question. That is the very last communication. Bernie Cooper was the captain on the Anderson, and that was the radio transmission from McSorley and the Fitzgerald. We are holding our own. And in a matter of minutes, the ship that was on radar on the Anderson was no longer on the radar. And at that point, as we all know, the ship was lost, but they really didn't know for sure because at that time, this is a huge ship. Thinking of that going down was very hard to believe. So again, we don't know exactly what happened, but if you combine the weather situation and, the weight of all of that taconite, again, it's just, I don't want to lead to speculation, but there was a lot of different, situations there that contributed to that unfortunate loss.
We are 6 days away from the 50th anniversary of the shipwreck itself. We're going to take one quick break, but when we come back, we're going to talk to Mike more about how the sinking of the ship led to some major changes in the maritime industry, not just here in Chicago, but across the Great Lakes. We'll be right back with more with Mike after this.
And Mike, how did the sinking change the maritime industry in Chicago and all of the Great Lakes? We know so many things, like the Iroquois Theater fire, and that here in Chicago, and that changed kind of fire standards for other theaters. This also changed standards for ships.
It absolutely did. Great question. What happened is before this point, there was not necessarily a loose approach, but more of, how much weight from a cargo standpoint can we haul? And that's what the ships were doing. So a lot of the captains would say, hey, I brought this many tons. The other one would say, I brought this many tons. After this unfortunate tragedy with the sinking in the Fitz, it really changed the industry to a compliance first, a risk mitigation first type of mentality. So if there is any silver lining to this, I mean, we will never forget the memory of those 29 men, but the industry did change for the better when it came to protecting the sailors and just making sure that this was all about safety. So I think there was a lot of preventative measures that were put in place to make sure that we can avoid a tragedy like the Fitzgerald.
Get us updated then. So 1975, like Natalie mentioned, when we think of shipwrecks, we think of Moby Dick or something like that, you know, or the Titanic, going way, way, way back, right? What's the situation been like on the Great Lakes in the last 50 years since this happened? Have there been major shipwrecks? I know we report all the time about individual boaters that go missing and individual drownings, but has there been mass events around the Great Lakes in the years since?
No, not since then. I mean, there have been incidents where there might have been collisions or ships that ran aground, but nothing that gets to the point of the Fitzgerald. So that, again, is going back to the point of really creating a risk mitigation first mentality in the industry to really prevent that from happening. Now, in all of the Great Lakes, including Lake Michigan there, I mean, there are many ships that have been lost. And I think that is really attributed to not only the risk scenarios back then, but the prediction of weather and the volatility of some of these waves and wind that can come up out of nowhere where you might think it's a sunny day. I mean, the boaters there, they're in Chicago, probably realize when you go out there on the lake and you might be enjoying it, the wind, the waves can really change fast. Now imagine being out there on one of the Great Lakes when the wind is pushing at 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, and that can be really significant. And another thing that's interesting is I've heard many experts say that when you think of the ocean compared to the Great Lakes when it comes to the waves and the type of weather, a lot of ocean-going vessel captains have said it's a way worse, harsher conditions on the Great Lakes for this reason.
Wow.
When you look at those huge swells in the ocean, it takes time to develop and they can read the wave and it's a slower approach.
Oh.
The waves on the Great Lakes hit quicker with more intensity. So instead of waiting 10 seconds, 15 seconds for one wave on the ocean, you're every 4 seconds, you're getting pounded with a wave on one of the Great Lakes.
Wow.
And that's what can make it very difficult for a captain or a crew that is not used to those type of conditions.
Is Lake Superior the most treacherous of all the Great Lakes?
It does have the most shipwrecks, absolutely. And I think that's just because of the size. And if you think about it, if you're in the middle of Lake Superior, all the Great Lakes are significant, but there's just something about Lake Superior when it comes to, the gales of November, they call it, where you have those huge waves, the huge wind that can really make it treacherous out there for, a crew.
They were, how far offshore that this happened? And because we keep seeing these pictures of what looked like a lifeboat from the Fitzgerald there. I'm just curious kind of like why those lifeboats weren't deployed, and again, how far offshore are we talking about here, Mike?
Yeah, so if people go to a map and look at Whitefish Point in Michigan, that's where they have the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum at this point. It's 17 miles from that point.
Oh.
And the lifeboat that you're seeing on screen there, that is from the Valley Camp Museum in Michigan, in Sault Ste. Marie. And what happened is just, again, you have these conditions that are developing. It just happened so fast. Remember, this crew has been, and the captain, they have been in storms very significant. So this captain is a very seasoned person, was on the edge of retirement. So he has battled these storms before. So there just really wasn't the worry that the ship would not make it. And when all of these factors came into place with the storm and maybe the heavy load and some of these other factors, they just did not believe that that ship would go down. So even though they had the lifeboats and they did have a lot of the safety type of equipment on the vessel, I think that they didn't know that it was going to go down. And it surprised everybody when the news did hit the next day in 1975. People were shocked. They were surprised. They couldn't believe it. And it's something that, again, to this day, 50 years later, is something that is really significant and impactful to not only people in the maritime community, but people around the world. I mean, even for me on my YouTube channel, I have people that reach out to me from Japan, from Australia, from places in South America, that this story does resonate with them. And I think it starts maybe with the song from Gordon Lightfoot, or people that are historians, or someone that just loves ships. This is something that really can catch the attention of someone, and they want to look more into it.
And if people are interested, Mike, in learning more about this, is there a specific book?
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of museums out there. I would say definitely the Valley Camp Museum in Michigan, the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum, also at Whitefish Point in Michigan. You also have tributes here in Duluth as well, and a lot of other places. And they're in the Chicagoland area. You have a Chicago Maritime Museum, and this Saturday they are hosting an event to pay tribute to the Fitzgerald. And for those there in the Chicago area, it's in the Bridgeport neighborhood. So it should be something to look into, and to definitely go there and pay respects to not only those 29 men, but just to the mariners that are out there that really dedicate their lives.
Join us for the perfect midday
You're going to know this face. Hello, Elise Myers.
Hello.
Thank you so much for coming in. I mean, you're huge on social media. You're also big into books, too, and that's part of the reason we have you here in Chicago, which we'll talk about in a second. But, I don't know, 4 years ago, you had a video that kind of went viral and pretty much changed your life.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar, maybe you've been living under a rock. I don't know. It's always going to be funny. Yes. But let's show you just a small clip.
First date I've ever been on? I'm so glad you asked. I'm going to tell you right now. Before I met my smoke show of a husband, I was on dating apps. As you do. This man messages me out of the blue and he goes, I like your face. Let's go get some food. I love food. Are you my soulmate? He says, meet me at my house. I will drive us to the restaurant together. Why did we not just meet there? I have no idea. I drive 45 minutes to his house. He's standing outside of it. He walks up to my car and he goes, I've lost my keys. Can you drive us there? Should I have just left him right there and gone home? Yes. Did I? Absolutely not. He gets in, starts giving me turn-by-turn directions. He could have been leading me to an abandoned warehouse and he still would have been like, left at this stop sign? Okay. We end up at a Taco Bell, which is fine. I'm like, dine-in or drive-through? And he's like, drive-through. And I'm like, great, he has a plan. We get to the speaker, and he just leans over and goes, I would like 100 hard-shell tacos, thank you. We get to the window. He does one of these numbers. And I'm like, did you forget your wallet? And he's like, yeah. I was like, do you need me to pay? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah. I buy the 100 tacos, and I'm like, where to next? And he goes, back to my house. And I was like, okay, this is happening. I'm committed to this now. It's happening. We get to his house, we walk in, his dad is on the couch. I'm like, he lives with his dad. It's fine. The hoops I am teleporting through to convince myself that this decision that I have made is okay is just wild. Walk past his dad into the kitchen. He just starts emptying the boxes of tacos, just releasing them onto the table, puts 2 chairs at the table, sits down, and he just screams at the top of his lungs, let's feast.
I gotta ask you, Ponce before he loves Taco Bell. Was this a real story?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And did you ever hear from the guy again?
No.
Good.
No.
Very good.
Oh, wow. And now here you are. I know. And it never gets old. We've watched it a million times. Okay, well, you're here for not only your great social media career, but also New York Times bestseller.
How does that feel?
It's really bizarre, actually. I could cry. I'm not going to. I might, actually. No, I'm honestly so honored, and writing this book was such a cool experience. I've always been a writer, and I've loved writing, and so for someone to be like, yeah, you're very good at it, here you go. It's like, wow, I'm good at it. You know what I mean? That feeling of it's just very validating. It's really cool.
Talk about what's inside of that book. What is the book all about?
So it's like about my life, but it's like short stories and poems. It's not very like memoir-y. To be honest, I really wanted to feel like when when you meet like your person forever, and you have all these random stories at coffee that you're like, let me tell you all about them, that don't seem like they're connected, but then when you meet your person, it's more like you reflecting back on your life, and it all makes sense now in hindsight of that. That's kind of what that book feels like. And then I drew stuff and took stuff out of my journal, and even the end pages, I drew the end pages. Like, can I pick it up and show you?
Yeah, please.
So
do whatever you want.
A lot of little illustrations.
And show it to the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Show it to this camera right here.
Look how nice that is.
Yeah. And so just stuff like that all throughout the book. I wanted it to feel like you're picking up my journal and reading it, kind of.
So after meeting you, I feel like you're an artist.
Yeah.
You know, when I watched that video and look back at it 4 years ago, I felt like I was watching someone that was a comedian in a way.
Yeah.
But when I meet you in person, you have like a spirit of an artist.
Wow.
How do you see yourself?
Yeah, artist, creative. I think that I'm a maker. I just like making things, and so whatever that is, whether it's videos or it's illustrations or it's books or it's music or new friends, well, I don't know. Like I really like making fun things, and so I'll always do that no matter what. And so it's fun to share those different mediums with everybody.
Well, you're so personable, which I think is why you're so successful on social media. But you're not the average content creator, I would say, right? You're a little more artsy. You're true to yourself. You could definitely tell that, and you're so genuine, I have to say.
Thank you.
Meeting someone with millions of followers in person, you never know what you're going to get. And you reminded me that you live in Nebraska. You're not in one of the big 3 cities.
No.
You know, how do you kind of stay true to yourself with all this fame, with being a New York Times bestseller?
I know. Just really, every time I hear it, I'm like, say it again.
Crazy.
Say it again. Well, honestly, I think that living in Nebraska really helps with that. But I think because it's just for the love of what I do, I think that it always kind of changes and keeps you like grounded in that way. But also I have a husband and 2 children, and my kids don't care what I do. They're like, I just want to go to the park and I want to have ice cream for dinner. And I'm like, okay, great. Like that's a great way to kind of keep you in it and humble and all of that. But yeah, I just like what I do so much that I don't ever want to lose it, and I don't want to become a person that isn't who started making all of these things in the beginning.
We have people that come on this show that have careers like yours that just seemingly blew up overnight. How has that felt for you to go from, I'm guessing at one point you just had a few hundred followers, to being like a brand? You're like a walking brand now.
Yeah, wow. I guess I am. Sorry. I'm like, okay, yes. No, I think that I had a career before this. I was a web developer and owned my own business. And so, to be honest, I kind of had that before in a different way. It wasn't like me in my face, but it was what I did, and I built that out for myself. And so I feel kind of lucky that I had that foundation of business and understanding how to build something from the ground up. And then when it shifted, it was more just shifting what I did, but that business side of it was still the same. And I feel like I kind of got naturally like ushered into that. And then when I started making content and it was just a few followers, obviously the idea wasn't like, I'm going to become famous. I just liked waking up and making videos. And so when that video came out, I had been waking up at like 4 in the morning because I was nursing my son at the time. So I was like pumping and eating. And then I would record a video, edit it, come back upstairs, and then do my real job from like 9 to 5. And when I did that video, I came upstairs and I was like, Jonas, no one's going to watch that. Oh, my husband's name's Jonas. And he's like, just, you know, you wake up and just make a video every day because you love it. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but no one's going to watch that. That was terrible. It was way too long. And now here we are.
When did you realize that people were watching it?
Oh,
were you working and realized,
yes.
whoa?
Yeah, my husband and son were playing on the ground, like with little toys, and I'm working, and Jonas is like, Elise? And I was like, yeah. And I come in the living room, and he's like, the video has 1 million views. And this was like within, I think, an hour of it.
Oh, wow.
By that night, I think a news station in Paris DM'd me on Instagram and was like, can we play this video? And I was like, who is pranking me? Like, this has to be a joke. And it just, I mean, it really fast after that. It was like, it felt like 1 million people were standing in my living room, and I was like, how did all of you get here? How is this happening? It was wild.
That's incredible.
You know what? You're such a great storyteller, so it is just captivating.
Thank
but
you.
how has your content changed throughout the years? I mean, that was what it was 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
That first initial video that we showed you all. Yeah, what is your kind of content like now? I also want you to sneak in because you have some book reviews. So,
yes.
you know, you're a bookie.
Yes, of course, yeah. I think that I've just become more comfortable with myself and sharing myself online. I think that originally it started more just with storytelling, and then I was like, well, I also sing, so I'll do that. And I'm a reader, so I'll do that. And also I like to cook, and I'll do that. And also I love sketches, and I love crocheting. And I'm a neurodivergent person, so really what you're going to get on my page is whatever I'm really obsessed with at that time. And books will always be that common thread. But it's cool because before I wrote my book, I was doing those book reviews, and so I felt like I got to experience the reader side of it, and now I get to experience the writer side of it. And you better believe my reviews are going to be very different now that I'm an author, because I'm like, I was so harsh on so many people, and they gave their whole life to this thing, and I just was like, it wasn't good, and I'm just like, oh my God. Yeah, it's very different, but it's cool.
I love that your videos are authentic. They don't feel, you know, some of these influencers, you meet them in person, they don't even look like the same person.
No.
You're like, wait, who are you?
Yeah.
I bet that's disorienting. That must be wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, the fact that you've blown up in this way, have you had an experience where you're out and about, you're minding your own business, and somebody's like, wait a minute, I know you, because that has to be a different experience. Do you remember when it happened and what that experience was like?
The very first time?
The very first
Yeah,
time.
it was at a coffee shop. I was in the drive-thru, and I I got my coffee, and he handed it to me, and he didn't let go of the cup because he goes, oh my God, I've seen your videos. And so we're both like holding hands through this cup, and I was like, hello, and so I was like, I wonder when he's gonna give me my coffee. And so I just started kind of driving a little bit, hoping he would like take his hand away. And I was like, my name's Elise, and he goes, I know. And I'm like, okay. What's your name? And like, it was just very funny.
Awkward.
And I went home to tell Jonas, and I was like, I don't think that'll ever happen again, probably, but like, what a wild experience. And then now it's every time I leave my house, which is really cool.
How does that feel though? Because you went from, you know, just living your normal life.
Yeah.
I'm sure with your kids, you don't always want people to be like, you know, knowing where you live, knowing where you go. How has that been for you?
As somebody
handling it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, I'm incredibly socially anxious, and so it's trial by fire, like trying to just like get me to catch up on how to do that and have those conversations with people. But I'm used to it now. But at the beginning, it felt scary, but no, everyone's so kind. What I'm really grateful for is like the audience that I've built is so much like me. That sounded like I was like, I'm so kind. So obviously, no, but like, no, it's been, the people that come up to me are very much like me, and they're nervous and I'm nervous, and so we're nervous together, and it's a very sweet interaction.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You talk a lot about that journey and, you know, how it's changed and probably how it's come with fame now. And a lot of people connect to that, but was it hard making your first video really talking about yourself and, you know, social anxiety, whatever it might be facing with mental health?
No, and what's funny is whenever that question is asked, it's like, maybe I should have been more nervous about it, but like, I feel really comfortable just telling you that I mean, I had a panic attack last night. I'm like, it's all good though, but like, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a part of life. Like, for me, that's just my brain is wired a certain way. And so I think that the more normal, not what's normal, but the more often we can like talk about it just without a lot of like, just neutrally, very neutral. Yeah. I think it's really, really helpful for people because there's so much shame attached to mental health, and it's so fascinating because it's just kind of, it can be just a part of who you are, and yeah, it changes the way that your life looks, but if you can kind of learn how to adjust your life around it, you can make your life work for you, and you can invite people into that.
Do you feel like, you know, turning on that camera for you is almost like a sense of therapy and or relief in a way?
I wouldn't
like
say,
a calming or...
Yeah, I think that honestly it's therapeutic for me because when as many times as your ears can hear your mouth say things, you start to like really believe it and sink in. And so as much as I'm like encouraging other people in some of my videos, I'm encouraging myself. And so that like mouth, brain, ear connection, I think I'm solidifying with the content that I make, which is really powerful for me. So yeah, therapeutic in a way.
I love that. And I bet maybe writing too was probably pretty therapeutic as well.
Yeah.
Getting your life into writing. Did you ever think, I mean, it was sold out like right away pretty much, right? It was like only 24 hours,
the tour?
a couple days. No, your book.
Oh, not sold out, but the tour was sold out.
The tour sold out.
Yeah.
Wow.
How do you say tour?
Tour.
Tour?
The tour.
Like, okay, so now you guys are a hybrid. Every single show I go to, I said tour because I'm from California. I think it's like an East Coast. And now it's a whole thing. Now I'm afraid to say it out loud.
The tour. The book tour.
Tour.
Whatever you want to call it.
It's fine.
Well,
what would you? I do have a. Go ahead.
Well, I want to say, and that's part of the reason you're here. You're going to be at Everybody's Coffee in Uptown. How exciting is it to, you know, actually be in that space and see people in person, all your fans, knowing that they're appreciating and supporting your work too?
It is wild.
Thank you. My son's already in the car.
Good Monday evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Emily Walls, and it is a snowy evening out there. And for those of us that have been around town for the last couple of days or so, this is a scene we're getting used to. Of course, we had that major snowstorm that moved through over the holiday weekend. It was actually a historic storm because we set not only a daily record snowfall at O'Hare for the date of November 29th, but it actually is going down in the books as the snowiest day that we've ever seen on record in the month of November in the city of Chicago. That was Saturday, by the way, when we saw 8.4 inches fall on Saturday. In total, this weekend's snowstorm at a lot of locations between 7 and 11 inches. We had isolated 12-inch totals that were coming out of that system, especially in the far north and northwest suburbs, places like McHenry County, Lake County. We're seeing some of those higher totals. And tonight, we're adding to it. We have accumulating snow that's currently moving through. Winter weather advisories to let you know about. Those are going to remain in effect through at least midnight for most of the area, but for those of you in northwest Indiana, a little bit longer. So we're going to detail the system that's currently moving through, and then looking into the rest of this week, we have some pretty big changes ahead of us. It's already cold outside. We're already below average, but it's going to get a lot colder late this week. We're talking low temperatures that are going to be near zero, but wind chill temperatures that could be running as low as 15, close to 20 degrees below zero. And that's going to put us pretty close to that cold weather advisory criteria, which is -20 with the wind chill. So we have a lot to dive into this week. I'm also going to show you the long-term outlook for what you can expect for basically the rest of this month. Here's a live view right now. We have snow currently coming down across the city, but you'll notice here that the visibility is still looking okay. You can see for a couple miles, it looks like at least 1 mile at this point. So much better than the visibilities that we were seeing over the weekend, but that's not the case everywhere. So if you take a look at the radar here, most areas where you see that lighter shade of blue, it's just fairly light and very fine snowflakes that are falling. But those darker shades of blue that we now have near and south of I-80, that's where we have some of those heavier snow rates beginning to pop up. Now, it's not an inch per hour or anything like that, but we're looking at about a ½ inch per hour coming down where you see some of those darker blues. And this is now through Grundy County into southern Will County, Kankakee, and this is going to eventually work its way into northwest Indiana as well. And not surprisingly, that's where we're going to see some of the heavier snow totals. Now, is this a system that's going to be bringing us a ½ foot or more? No, this is all going to come to an end right around midnight or very shortly after that. So we're only picking up a few inches tonight. We've already seen a little bit out there, but most areas are likely going to be seeing about 2 or 3 inches, but close to 4 is going to be possible for those of you near and south of the Kankakee River Valley. So the entire area has a winter weather advisory that's remaining in effect again till midnight across northeastern Illinois. Northwest Indiana going to be running a little bit longer, taking us into the 3 o'clock hour, so most of the overnight. And that's just because we're going to see the snow ending from west to east. So of course it's going to end in northeastern Illinois faster than it's going to come to an end over in northwest Indiana. Let's get the big picture view here. So it's not just us dealing with this storm system. In fact, this system's going to gain a little bit more steam the farther northeast that it goes. So we have these winter weather headlines extending essentially from our location on the western end here down into Arkansas and then all the way up into the northeast coast. So the northeast has winter storm warnings that have been posted, winter weather advisories, as heavy snow is going to be coming that way in the next day to day and a half. So for us, we're getting a glancing blow with this one. But again, we kind of had our fair share over the weekend, so that's okay. Futurecast taking us throughout the next couple of hours around here. Again, we are kind of seeing that widespread light to moderate snowfall at the moment. That's going to last through this evening and then end from west to east during the overnight. For those of you, again, in northwest Indiana, I think after about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, you're going to begin to dry out. And then tomorrow morning, we're starting off the day with cloudy skies. Temperatures are going to be very cold still. So we're already in the 20s out there. But tonight, we're going to be dropping down into the mid-teens. And you're probably thinking, okay, that's not that bad. You know, we're getting into winter time now. By the way, today, December 1st, is the beginning of meteorological winter. So we're on day 1 here, and it's also feeling like it. But if you're thinking that teens aren't that bad since we're in December, it's actually way below average for this time of the year. Your average lows are typically still pretty close to 30 degrees. Average highs are right around 40, 41 degrees. So this is unusually cold for this time of the year, and it's going to get colder in the next couple of days. So Futurecast walking us through tomorrow. We're waking up to cloud cover. Temperatures are going to be in the teens. Then during the afternoon, we're not going to see much in the way of sunshine. In fact, I think we're kind of locked in with those clouds all day long tomorrow. And temperatures are only going to climb just a couple of degrees. So we're only going up to about 23, maybe 24 degrees tomorrow afternoon. So significantly below average. And then there you see it, another cold front is going to be coming through on Wednesday. But Wednesday morning through the midday hours, notice that wind direction. So prior to that cold front arriving, we're picking up a southerly wind flow. That's a good thing for us. That's going to help boost temperatures into the 30s. Not everywhere is going to be climbing above the freezing mark, but there's going to be a few of us that do. I'm going with a high of 33 degrees in the city of Chicago, so we should see at least some element of melting taking place on Wednesday. And trust me, if you have not taken care of the driveways, the sidewalks yet, take advantage of the warmer temperatures that we're going to have on Wednesday, because it is going to get so cold following that cold front that any uncleared driveways, sidewalks, even roadways for that matter, it's just going to be a solid pack of ice. And we're going to be dealing with temperatures that are cold enough to where salt really isn't that effective any longer. So Wednesday night, after this cold front moves through, you see that wind direction? It's coming right in out of the north and northwest. So we're picking up that cold Canadian air mass. This is going to be a true Arctic air mass that's coming in Wednesday night into Thursday. That's going to drop temperatures to about 0 in many locations. I think in the city of Chicago, we're going down to about 2 or 3 degrees above 0, but many suburbs are going to be dropping sub-0 with the actual air temperatures Wednesday night and into Thursday morning. And once you factor in the winds, because it is going to be breezy on the backside of that cold front, wind chill temperatures could potentially be as low as 15, maybe even close to 20 degrees below 0 for some locations. So that's going to put us in that territory that we may be seeing a cold weather advisory that's issued for some portions of the Chicagoland area, meaning that it's going to be dangerously cold in some locations going into your Thursday morning. So your daily almanac today, we ended up seeing a high right around 30. That's about 11 degrees below average. We, of course, did not come close to the record high or the record low temperatures. Record high is 68 degrees. That was set back in 1970. Record low temperature seems to be a little more extreme here, -6, and that was set way back in 1893. But again, a few locations in just a couple days from now may be waking up to sub-0 temperatures. Right now, we're sitting in the mid-20s. We do have those southeasterly winds currently. The winds are going to eventually become west-northwesterly tonight, so that's why we're going to struggle to kind of heat things up tomorrow. We have that cooler air kind of being funneled into the region. Your wind chills out there currently are dropping down into the teens, but actual air temperatures are going down into the teens tonight. A lot of us are going to find our lows right around 14, 15, 16 degrees. So futurecast temps, what I want you to focus on this map here, it's representing the cold air that's already over our location, but notice that magenta shading well to our north. That's that true polar air. Now, as I set this in motion, taking us throughout the next couple of days, you'll notice how it starts to kind of creep to the south here. So that's taking us into Wednesday following that cold front. And then there you see it. That's going to graze by the area. We're not going to be in the thick of it, so it could be a lot worse farther to the north. But for us, again, it's still going to be very cold. We're going to have temperatures around 0, highs only in the teens. And then this cold air, it's staying locked in for the next week and a half or so. We don't have any major warm up anytime soon. Here's a look at the next 5 days around here. We're going to be in the low 20s for highs tomorrow, jumping up to around the freezing mark on Wednesday. And again, Wednesday, that's your day. If you haven't already cleared the sidewalks, you have some ice that's developed out there, try to take care of that on Wednesday prior to that cold front moving through, because otherwise salt really isn't going to be effective going into Thursday with highs only in the teens. And then we're in the 20s for highs Friday and Saturday. So we're starting to climb out of that deep freeze, but it's still going to stay below freezing. And this is your temperature outlook from December 7th through the 11th, which is the next Sunday through the following Thursday. And you can see we're still strongly favored to see those cooler than average temperatures. We'll start to see at least signs or a hint, a nod toward a sign that we could be seeing a pattern flip-flop here later in the month of December. But as it stands right now, at least through the first half of this month, we're likely looking at temperatures that are going to be running quite a ways below average. So in detail here, the next few days, we've already covered that. Coldest day is going to be here on Thursday. Looking into next week, there is some hope that we're going to have quite a few days that are at least around freezing, possibly a little bit above freezing going into the middle of next week. But keep in mind, Average for this time of the year is still right around 40, so these numbers are still running below average. For tonight, 17 degrees in the city. Most suburbs are going to be dropping down to about 13 or 14 degrees, so a little bit cooler there. And while we don't have that high of a breeze, 5 to 10 miles per hour on top of a temperature only in the teens, that's enough to send wind chill temperatures down into likely the middle single digits or so. So that's what it's going to be feeling like when we wake up tomorrow morning. Forecast low temperatures elsewhere. A little bit warmer in northwest Indiana. The reason for that is because you're going to be holding on to that thicker cloud cover, the snow a little bit longer than the rest of us. But places like Woodstock could be looking at lows right around 12 degrees. Your out the door forecast for tomorrow, we're going to be mostly cloudy. Temperatures are expected to only be in the teens and low 20s, so very cold for your morning commute tomorrow. And then your forecast high temperatures, they're only going up into the low 20s. So we're staying very cold. Your average, once again, right around 40 or 41 degrees. Here's a look at your 3-day forecast. So tomorrow, 23 degrees. Skies are going to be dry, but keep in mind that any untreated surfaces are still going to be snowy. They're still going to be slick tomorrow morning because of the snow that we're picking up tonight. Many locations tonight going to be seeing around 2 to 3 inches, but that winter weather advisory that's remaining in effect until midnight for northeastern Illinois, 3 a.m. for northwest Indiana. That's generally for about 2 to 4 inches of snow, and the highest totals are going to be found right around the Kankakee River Valley. So the farther south that you are, the better chance that you're going to have of seeing those totals closer to 3 or 4 inches. Now by Wednesday, scattered snow is going to return. That's when that really strong cold front's going to come through. Temperatures prior to that frontal boundary in the 30s. Take advantage if you have possibly some holiday lights that you're still hoping to hang up outdoors. Wednesday's going to be the warmest day that we see for quite some time, and it's still not very warm, but try to take advantage because that really cold air, that's moving in Wednesday night. We're going down to sub-zero wind chill, sub-zero air temperatures for some of us, and those highs only in the teens by Thursday afternoon. Coming up in the news at 9 p.m., I will have your full 7-day forecast. We'll see you then.
It's the final word for Chicago.
You have a lot on your plate, but she's getting better, and the rest of it is totally temporary. We need to be a team. This whole...
I know. You know, the problem with that logic, though, is that I'm not a housewife. I work, too. I can see you now.
This is amazing. The new drama, If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, doesn't just have the best title of any movie this year. It is a powerful study of a mother trying to navigate the struggles of life while dealing with everyone else's struggles as well. Her child, who suffers a mysterious illness, her husband, who's never around, her patients, who literally call her day and night, and a home that is literally and figuratively opening up around her. The film is a part of the Chicago International Film Festival tonight, but before that, I'm honored to be joined by writer-director Mary Bronstein. Mary, an honor. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. You said this is your first morning TV?
It is, and I'm so excited.
Oh, you drew the short straw getting me. I'm so sorry. Congratulations on this movie. I've got so many questions for you. I do want to start out talking about the title because I feel like I went on a journey with it. Whenever I first read the title, I laughed. I thought it was a funny title, and about halfway through the movie, there was a part of me that felt like I got it. And I don't want to assume that I am sort of interpreting it right, but I'd love to sort of know where you came up with that and that moment where you feel like it hits for us as an audience.
Yeah, so the title is actually a weird story about it. When I was 18 years old, which I won't age myself.
About 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, it was longer than that, but but yeah. So I came up with this phrase wholeheartedly. Just appeared in my brain. I've always been a writer, and I wrote it down. I didn't know what it was going to be for, and then when I was writing this script many years later, I didn't have a title for the script, and as I was writing, I thought, ah. That's what this is. That's what this is for. And I think when it really hits for the audience is halfway through the movie when
that's it. It was halfway through. Yes.
When you realize, oh, this lady has nothing. She has no stability. She's got no support. And if she did, though, she'd probably use it for violence.
Yeah, I would say she can't even get a bottle of wine if she wants to. That poor woman. You know, this is the kind of movie, because this feels like a weird description, but it is just a reminder, maybe even a love letter to all the things that a mother is doing that sometimes we take for granted, sometimes that we don't appreciate. The movie made me want to call my mom after and just say, Mom, like, if I was ever like a brat, I'm sorry. I love it. I'd love to know, you've been at a bunch of different film festivals. You're going to be at the Chicago International Film Festival tonight. What are some of the reactions you've gotten, whether it be from mothers or maybe from children who are seeing their mothers differently?
Both. So men, a lot of times, that's the #1 reaction. Is I going to call my mom? The other one is I going to call my wife and say I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have gone to that baseball game.
Yes, I shouldn't have gone to that baseball game. And from women, whether they're mothers or not mothers, I've had incredible reactions just for not mothers, just that women not being heard, not being seen, and women telling me, this is how I have felt in my life. This is how I felt like the whole world is on my shoulders and nobody's listening to me. And for mothers, they've said, I've never seen this feeling expressed back to me in a film before. And I feel seen for the first time. And even though Linda, the main character who Rose Byrne plays so wonderfully, is not being heard and not being seen, the people seeing it do.
That perfectly leads into my next question, because you make a very interesting stylistic choice as a filmmaker by not showing us the face of the child. And, 20 minutes in, I'm going, I'm so curious why she's not showing us her kid. Why is she not showing us her kid? And is it because if you showed us her child, I would be focused on her child and not her?
Absolutely.
Yes?
You totally get it. You got it. You got it. As human beings, we're wired to, if there is a child in a scene, especially if somebody is doing something dangerous, as our character does, or wrong, or even uncomfortable, if a child is in the scene, your sympathy is going to go, unless you have no soul, your sympathy is going to go with the child. And what I wanted to do was radically put the audience in Linda's reality, in her space, because if I didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to take them as far as I do, as the viewer will understand when they see it.
Very much so. Before we go, we have to shout out. I mean, saying Rose Byrne is genius is like saying water is wet, but the performance of her career, but what you pull out of Conan O'Brien and A$AP Rocky. Like, I'm watching these performances going, like, within 30 seconds, I forgot it's Conan O'Brien. I forgot it's A$AP Rocky.
That's the best compliment to them and to the work I did with them, but certainly they will love hearing that, because it's a big risk that they both took. It's a big risk, and I will say that Conan was scared to death to do it, and that's why he said yes. And he trusted me, and how good is he in this movie?
He's brilliant. He always says, the title of his podcast, Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend, and he has a friend in you, because what you do with him is incredible. The movie is called If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. It's a part of the Chicago International Film Festival tonight. It is also playing in theaters around Chicago. Please check it out so we can get more movies like this. I had the chance to chat with Ben about this new documentary he directed about his parents, and I kind of wanted to talk about when people talk to him about his parents, is what they want to bring up dictated basically by how old they are.
Okay.
Mr. Stiller, good to see you again, sir. How are you?
Nice to see you. Is that really Chicago behind you?
Yes, sir, it is.
It's a beautiful day.
I see Dad working so hard and Mom just letting it flow.
I'm going to start out with a confession, sir. My first introduction to your incredible parents was my obsession with the movie Heavyweights.
Never let anyone sign your checks.
Which I watched a lot as a kid. I'm sure when people approach you about your folks, I'm sure you get a lot of Seinfeld and a lot of Archie Bunker's Place. I don't know how often you get Heavyweights, but I'm sort of curious, do different generations dictate how people relate to you about your parents? And please tell me that you love Heavyweights as much as I do.
I love Heavyweights.
That is out of here, mister.
One of the most fun experiences ever with Judd and Steve Brill and everybody. I mean, it was just the best. And my parents. And yeah, people know my parents from, different generations know them. You know, either my dad from Seinfeld.
To think, I almost split the profits on the man's ear with you. Bro. Man's ear! Bro!
King of Queens.
Can I see him? You can see him fine from right there. Wow!
Some people know my mother from being on Archie Bunker's Place or different television shows.
Who are you?
The health inspector.
Oh my God.
Or, people my age or older might know them from, the work they did on Ed Sullivan and all those shows. But, this movie, for me, making the movie was sort of about, trying to do something about what they did as performers. But then it really became more about, trying to tell the story of their relationship, and then it turned into our family, because it felt like that was all interconnected,
Whatever you say, I'll hear you forever. You'll never be lost.
Oh, that is so sweet.
It's such a beautiful film, and one of the other things that he and I talked about was this idea of, and we were just talking about this, asking the questions you want to know the answers to while they're around. I asked him about, he's going through this footage and he's learning things about his parents, and were there things that he didn't even think to ask until now? Unfortunately, both of his parents are gone, and he said, that's kind of been the hard part about this. He goes, I didn't think to make this film while they were still here and while they were still with me. And he goes, it was, I'm going through all this footage, and he goes, just now I'm coming up with all these questions. So in addition to being this really beautiful film about two really great comedians who were such a part of sort of that birth of late night TV and sketch comedy and stuff, that it's also kind of a reminder for everybody of appreciating your parents while they're here. Shout out to my mom, who's watching the show right now. She said you look great.
My mom and dad are probably watching as well.
Shout out to them. I love them, by the way. I got to talk a little bit about.
And happy birthday to your mom.
Yeah, it's her birthday tomorrow. She's coming into. It's on Friday. She's coming into Chicago. So yeah, to that point, it's about appreciating them, and also really think about what it is that you want to know, because when they're not around anymore, you don't have them to ask. Yeah. So come up with those questions. Do the thing Anthony did, and go on a trip and ask all the questions you always wanted to know. I'm going to force my mom and dad to fill out that book that I got them.
I mean, we all have our cameras on our phones. We can take a quick video and put it on a private link on YouTube. Yeah. It's really that easy.
Exactly right.
Think of it.
Hey, I've name dropped you anytime I'm at the United Center. I'm like Will Ferrell and Elf. I'm like, it's John Hanson. I know him.
Yeah. And people
that gets you no cred from anybody, Jake. So
people are very
wrong. Well, it's usually can he get better seats than what you paid for? And I was like, no, he can't.
But
he can't.
Can I ask you the first pressing question that I have?
Yeah.
How is baby David?
Oh, he's great. I can hear him kind of crying in the next room over there. So at some point, there will be an episode of this program where I have to go get him and bring him on the air.
Let it be this one.
Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think Enrique's taking care of him in the other room, so we're good right now.
Okay, well, one day when he wants to make his TV appearance, he'll be here.
Yeah.
Okay, our first topic of conversation is about cats. Do you guys have a cat at home?
No pets here. I thought you were going to say condiments. No, cats. We're going to do the cat story.
That too. Yeah, we'll leave that for that.
I have a lot of thoughts on condiments, but we can save them for another day. I don't have cats. We don't have dogs either. And we had cats growing up. They lived to be like 23 years old, which was incredible. They were these great indoor-outdoor cats when we were kids. But no, we don't have any pets. We don't want to complicate things with the 7-month-old right now.
Well, there is a Chicago cat clinic that Block Club has been reporting about. Tell us about it.
I mean, what's really cool about Block Club, right? We highlight all these great businesses that have been around for a long time, but there's usually like this awesome story behind the story, and that's exactly what we found when we featured a cat business that's been open for 50 years in the Edgebrook community. It's called the Chicago Cat Clinic. I know one of your producers takes their cats there, by the way. Oh. First of all, I could look at pictures of cute cats for a while. But what's really cool about this place is how it got started. It was started by this woman that you're seeing right now, who is a legend in the veterinary world. She had been around and really kind of was the pioneer of all things, Dr. Stein. And a lot of people took their cats to see Dr. Stein because she basically invented what veterinary practices should be for cats. In the 70s, for years and years, they basically treated cats like little dogs. And of course, that makes no sense. They're a completely different species. They do things completely differently. So she basically wrote the book on how to treat cats for the diseases that they have, how to prepare them, how to make sure that everything's okay. And she started this cat clinic. And what's awesome too is the story of the journey she had to go through to even open a place. As a woman small business owner in the 1970s, she couldn't get a loan to do it, which is ridiculous. She had to ask her parents for money to set up this place. Now the rules have changed, although we still have a long way to go to get women small businesses and their owners better funding. But the point is that she made it work. She passed away in the late 90s, but the cat clinic has continued on. And it's a really great read just to hear more about her life and the life of this clinic.
Yeah, even if you don't own a cat, you still love hearing about people's furry friends.
Yeah, I mean, if you just love animals, like you obviously, I'm a dog guy. I have a dog at home, but I'm never gonna, But also, John, this is the second oldest feline-specific clinic in the country. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, the one that's continuously operated, right? I mean, how many times do you see a vet office pop up in a strip mall and go away, a couple years later? It's a tough business to run, right? The margins aren't that big. It's hard. People have to make a lot of hard decisions at this place. And, of course, pets don't live forever. And, a lot of people don't get a second. So it's a business that is a hard model to keep going for a long time.
These days, looking for auto insurance?
How are you this morning?
Yeah, we only have you in as Mike.
Right, you're like sharing.
Do you want to share your last name, or you just shipwreck Mike?
My name is Vibe with Mike. That's the name of the YouTube channel, so that's what everybody calls me.
Oh, wait, hey, what's the name of the channel? I'm sorry.
It is called Vibe with Mike on YouTube.
Vibe with Mike. Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us here on Chicago Now. I understand we are just days away from the 50th anniversary. Is this the biggest shipwreck that's ever happened on the Great Lakes?
You know, I would say as far as just visibility and how far that story has went, I would say yes. I mean, if anybody thinks about a shipwreck on the Great Lakes, Edmund Fitzgerald is really what comes up in the maritime community. And there was a famous song that was composed many years ago by Gordon Lightfoot that was called The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which was a Billboard hit. And I think if people don't know that song, they can find that and they'll probably recognize the tone. But as far as the sheer impact and what it did for the industry, I would absolutely say it is the most well-recognized shipwreck on the Great Lakes for sure.
So we are marking, Mike, 50 years since it happened on November 10th. Back in the 70s, you know, when I think of shipwrecks, I think of like the old days.
Me too.
Not the decade that Anthony Ponce was born. That's not what I think of. But that is the case. So tell us a few highlights of this ship. Like, what was it carrying and what happened?
Yeah, so I'll take you back. So the history of the ship, it was built in 1958, and it was managed by the Ogilvy Norton Corporation. And at the time that it was built, 729 feet in length. I mean, now we have 1,000-footers that are out there. But at that time, that was really the largest ship, or one of the largest ships out there. And it was really a flagship for that corporation. And its real mission was to haul taconite. And I got this for the viewers at home there in the Chicagoland. This little pellet right here, this is taconite. And really what this is a component that is used to make steel. So this would bring these heavy loads of taconites, taconite to steel mills to actually form steel. And with that ship, there was 26,000 tons of it that was on board when it did depart Superior.
So what happened there? I understand there was a storm of some kind. You know, doing a quick, Google search, it said 35-foot waves were on Lake Superior at the time. What is your understanding of what happened here?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm not an expert. There's a lot of theories, so I just want to start there because, no one really knows. But the facts that we do know is that when that ship took off on November 9th in the afternoon from Superior, Wisconsin, there were indications that there would be a storm, but not as significant as it played out over the course of 24 hours. As it progressed, that storm got to a point the next day where there was hurricane force winds. Approximately 85 miles per hour is what was, put out there as far as some of these different meteorologists have verified that. As well as the waves, there have been some different ideas of how high those waves have been. Some say 25 feet. It could be above that as well. But we're talking about a significant storm. And, the folks there in the Chicagoland area, being on Lake Michigan there, some of these storms can really creep up and they can be very powerful. Now, let's take a step back as far as weather prediction. At that time, you didn't have an app that you could go onto right away and know what's going on. So it was not as comprehensive as we have today. But again, it was just an unbelievable storm. And, it's just all of the different accounts and the different information that's out there. It was pretty unbelievable. There was one specific instance where there was a ship that was following it called the Arthur M. Anderson that was about 10 miles behind that was there during that storm. And they radioed the captain on the Fitzgerald, McSorley, and they wanted to request, how's things going? Is everything good? And Captain McSorley on the Fitzgerald said, we are holding our own. And, that was, really what people think about that final statement there. Is just when you think about the Fitzgerald, it's 29 men that started their journey out on that lake doing their job. And Mother Nature, they encountered that. And that's the thing. When I think of the Fitzgerald, I do think of those crew members, that shipwreck, but all the mariners that are out there, even now, they go out onto the water and, there is risk involved with that. But, with this 50th anniversary, preserving the memories of those 29 men and that ship is something that's very special and important to a lot of us.
Mike, was that the last known communication then before it sank, was we're holding our own?
Yeah, a great question. That is the very last communication. Bernie Cooper was the captain on the Anderson, and that was the radio transmission from McSorley and the Fitzgerald. We are holding our own. And in a matter of minutes, the ship that was on radar on the Anderson was no longer on the radar. And at that point, as we all know, the ship was lost, but they really didn't know for sure, because at that time, you know, this is a huge ship. Thinking of that going down was very hard to believe. So again, we don't know exactly what happened, but if you combine the weather situation and, you know, the weight of all of that taconite, again, it's just, I don't want to lead to speculation, but there was a lot of different, you know, situations there that contributed to that unfortunate loss.
We are 6 days away from the 50th anniversary of the shipwreck itself. We're going to take one quick break, but when we come back, we're going to talk to Mike more about how the sinking of the ship led to some major changes in the maritime industry, not just here in Chicago, but across the Great Lakes. We'll be right back with more with Mike after this.
And Mike, how did the sinking change the maritime industry in Chicago and all of the Great Lakes? Because we know so many things, like the Iroquois Theater fire, and that here in Chicago, and that changed kind of fire standards for other theaters. This also changed standards for ships.
It absolutely did. Great question. What happened is, before this point, I mean, there was not necessarily a loose approach, but more of, you know, how much weight from a cargo standpoint can we haul? And that's what the ships were doing. So a lot of the captains would say, hey, I brought this many tons. The other one would say, I brought this many tons. After this unfortunate tragedy with the sinking and the Fitz, it really changed the industry to a compliance first, a risk mitigation first type of mentality. So if there is any silver lining to this, I mean, we will never forget the memory of those 29 men, but the industry did change for the better when it came to protecting the sailors and just making sure that this was all about safety. So I think there was a lot of preventative measures that were put in place to make sure that we can avoid a tragedy like the Fitzgerald.
Get us updated then. So 1975, like Natalie mentioned, when we think of shipwrecks, we think of Moby Dick or something like that, you know, or the Titanic, going way, way, way back, right? What's the situation been like on the Great Lakes in the last 50 years since this happened? Have there been major shipwrecks? I know we report all the time about individual boaters that go missing and individual drownings, but has there been mass events around the Great Lakes in the years since?
No, not since then. I mean, there have been incidents where there might have been collisions or ships that ran aground, but nothing that gets to the point of the Fitzgerald. So that, again, is going back to the point of really creating a risk mitigation first mentality in the industry to really prevent that from happening. Now, in all of the Great Lakes, including Lake Michigan there, I mean, there are many ships that have been lost. And I think that is really attributed to not only the risk you know, scenarios back then, but the prediction of weather and the volatility of some of these waves and wind that can come up out of nowhere, where you might think it's a sunny day. I mean, the boaters there, you know, they're in Chicago, probably realize when you go out there on the lake and you might be enjoying it, the wind, the waves can really change fast. Now imagine being out there on one of the Great Lakes when the wind is pushing at 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, and that can be really significant. And another thing that's interesting is I've heard many experts say that when you think of the ocean compared to the Great Lakes, when it comes to the waves and the type of weather, a lot of, you know, ocean-going vessel captains have said it's a way worse, harsher conditions on the Great Lakes for this reason.
Wow.
When you look at those huge swells in the ocean, it takes time to develop, and they can read the wave, and it's a slower approach. The waves on the Great Lakes hit quicker with more intensity. So instead of waiting 10 seconds, 15 seconds for one wave on the ocean, you're every 4 seconds, you're getting pounded with a wave on one of the Great Lakes. And that's what can make it very difficult for a captain or a crew that is not used to those type of conditions.
Is Lake Superior the most treacherous of all the Great Lakes?
It does have the most shipwrecks, absolutely. And I think that's just because of the size. And if you think about it, if you're in the middle of Lake Superior, you know, all the Great Lakes are significant, but there's just something about Lake Superior when it comes to, you know, the gales of November, they call it, where you have those huge waves, the huge wind that can really make it treacherous out there for, you know, a crew.
They were, how far offshore that this happened? Because we keep seeing these pictures of what looked like a lifeboat from the
Yeah.
From the Fitzgerald there. I'm just curious kind of like why those lifeboats weren't deployed, and yeah, again, how far offshore are we talking about here, Mike?
Yeah, so if people go to a map and look at Whitefish Point in Michigan, that's where they have the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum at this point. It's 17 miles from that point.
Oh.
And the lifeboat that you're seeing on screen there, that is from the Valley Camp Museum in Michigan, in Sault Ste. Marie. And what happened is just, again, you have these conditions that are developing. It just happened so fast. Remember, this crew has been, and the captain, they have been in storms very significant. So this captain is a very seasoned person, was on the edge of retirement. So he has battled these storms before. So there just really wasn't the worry that the ship would not make it. And when all of these factors came into play,